there's Langer with the honour on this, the final round. Or perhaps there may be extra holes. There may be a playoff. If there is, 15th, 16th, 17th and 18th. And if we have a winner then, that'll be it. And if not, it'll be sudden death up and down the 18th. Oh, bitter blow for Woosnam, having started so sensationally, but now Langer. He's improved every day, 71, 69, 67. Good iron shot. One thing for certain, I don't think this pair will be hard on the heels of Cejka and Woosnam, because
Duval.
Langer is known for his slow, dare I say, slow play. He's very meticulous. Duval, on the other hand, is fairly speedy. It'll be interesting to see how they shape up together. Right on line, but it stopped.
Well, sort of take the wind out of the sails for a while, that episode there with Woosnam, hasn't it? We've seen some exciting golf and a couple of good shots by Woosnam. Here he is on 2.
Win.
Okay, good shot on the green. As Peter said, he's got to put that out of his mind. Easier said than done.
Asked at the 10th, second shot, championship leader. And he's almost 2 hours ahead of Langer and Duval.
Garcia for an early eagle. One under for the day now. He moves to 5 under. And right in the ball game. Yes, that means a lot to him. On the right side of par.
Greg Owen and 7. That was for 4 for a birdie. On 4 under. 2 birdies in a row.
So Nicholas Fast, the 29-year-old Swede who tied second in the Irish Open earlier this year, appearing in the Open Championship for the first time, is on top of the leaderboard. Out in 31, 7 under par, 1 ahead of Cejka, Duval and Langer. David Duval and Bernhard Langer in the process at this moment of playing the first. Last match out on the course at 25 minutes past 2 local time. Now here's Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods will not retain the Claret Jug, the winner at St Andrews a year ago. Never quite gone right for him here at Lytham. Rounds of 71, 68 and 73.
first. Good pace. Nice settling, opening long putt.
Bernhard Langer certainly knows what's required today. Surprised he hasn't won this championship before, but 2 Masters titles to his credit.
Yeah, he's been second twice, hasn't he? 81 and 84, I think. As we move to Alex Cejka. Long attempt at the second, and that's beautifully judged. Far past start. More than adequate to calm the nerves, soothe the troubled soul.
Wish he'd stop taking that hat off, though. His hair matches his vest.
Fashionable, you know. Duval at the first. This for 2. Another good long putt.
Duval, very prolific winner in America there a few years ago, won many tournaments and they thought should have been #1. Now Illinen on 15 for birdie. His 15th hole, the toughest on the golf course. Nothing more frustrating than leaving it right in the middle. People at home can know that feeling well. Now Duval for par.
Three for Duval. First par of the day.
Woosie has to regroup in a hurry. This for birdie at the second. Got to somehow forget about what happened at the first, or on the second tee.
My caddy used to be called 2 shots, but not for something like that.
Not for that reason, no. I mean, everyone called 2 bags, didn't they? They used to caddy for Seve.
Was first. On the 11th. Oh. He's been lucky. Gone right through onto the pathway.
Third tee shot for Alex Cejka. Long iron. Wind from the right. Oh, and that's a wicked bounce. See that brown fairway. And Marshall signalling as though it's okay, but I don't think he'll be all that chuffed with it. And that's the culprit. Man responsible for the extra club in the bag.
Well, I think Ian must take some share of the blame, I think, because, you know, it's all right to leave it to somebody, but he might just as easily have checked the bag as well. I mean, you tend to blame the caddy, and it's 90% maybe his fault, 10% Ian's. Always look after your own kit, my boy. See, you were never in the national service. That may not be too bad. It's obviously, well, it would disturb anybody. You'd have to have the patience of Job not to be rattled by a 2-shot penalty after starting the way he did to rapturous applause.
Langer on the second tee. Yeah, I tend to agree with you, Peter. Ultimately, it's the player's responsibility for everything, or you've got to... Caddies have jobs to do, but know it was something I did quite a lot, was to check the number of clubs. I've been penalised for just about everything in the book in this game, but that is one thing that I haven't done.
Fast still leads by 1. Whole army chasing him. See how deliberate Langer is, and this can be a bit wearing if you want to be champing at the bit and you want to get on with it. You wonder why everything takes so long. Shot.
Colin Montgomery for birdie on 6. It's already 2 over for the round. He's got to start somewhere, and hopefully that's it for Monty.
David Duval battling Bernhard Langer today, and he pures an iron up there into the perfect spot to attack the second pin. Always looks very neat, David. It looks like that at the end of the round. Some players look as though they've been dragged through a hedge backwards on the first tee.
Campbell finishing off. 68. Score. Although it's a testing day, we haven't really had too much dramatic problem with the weather. Garcia in trouble.
Oh, down, down, down. Oh.
Just okay, Garcia. They're very fortunate that it didn't go through into the long rough again.
Nicholas Fast second to the 11 from where the spectators walk on the right. Just be playing for position with this one, I would imagine. Leave it up about 100 yards short. Leave him a simple pitch into the pin. And that, although normal wisdom has it that's the wrong side to attack this pin, I prefer it from that side. Nothing behind the pin then.
Doesn't look to be in a bad spot. Woosnam's ball just running into the thicker stuff here on the 3rd.
Up ahead on the green, Jimenez. Birdie bogey start for Jimenez.
Yards for them, the course was going to allow for a little bit of that,
Not easy to keep the ball on the green on this 3rd. It's sort of raised. It slopes off on all sides.
Missed that trap. Come on in.
Didn't fly at all.
Come on in.
Come on, Ian. Come on, Ian.
Looking for it to fly further through the air than it did. Just a little bit short. It's caught the bunker some 30-odd yards from the flag.
Bernhard Langer surveying his second shot to the 2nd, and whilst he's got a terrific caddy, and Peter Coleman has been with him for so long, It's Lange who does most of the calculations. He works out the yardages, he paces it out himself. Well, actually, it's meterage in his case. In yards, he's got 166 to the front, 187 to the pin. Very much downwind, maybe a little bit off the right, but it's basically downwind.
There are many short books in the world, but the Bernhard Lange book of careless shots is right up there with the best of them. Same procedure every shot. Nothing left to chance.
Well, there's a very uncharacteristic miss from Lange. His iron play is probably the strongest part of his game, apart from his mental strengths.
11th, fast third shot. Championship leader by 1. We seem to jump a bit of that one, but is it online? It is. David Donnelly interviewed him the other day. He was a very cool young man.
David Duval wouldn't have gained too much help from Lange's shot. He's hit that very high.
Clever play, just right of the pin. Uphill putt.
Well, there won't be too many words spoken between these two players, that's for sure. They're both all business.
Tiger at the 15th. Promised so much in the first few holes. That's him. Oh, it stopped stone dead.
Alex Cejka on the second. On the third, this could be his third shot. Thought I heard some rattling in the trees just a little earlier. See how firm these greens are getting now. Nothing but the best shot out of the fairway will hold them.
Woosnam, as Peter said, was probably expecting a fly from the left rough and came up short, not in the bunker, in some wispy blades of grass, and quite a bit of ground to work with from where he is. But the green slopes away to the right, and as the commentator was just saying, it's getting very fiery out here. This is a downwind chip, and it really has to be taken into consideration, but you can land it short and just let it roll up to the pin. Obviously just trying to put that penalty out of his mind as much as he can, but how good you are at concentrating, it's not always easy.
Difficult to judge these shots, and he's got an uphill lie. Oh, and it came out very strangely. Sort of low and skidding.
Hilleman at 16th for a birdie. Nice looking stroke. Oh. Well, I wonder what that little mistake, if we can call it that, will cost him come a few hours' time.
Bernhard Lange from the bunker. Well, bit of work to do there. 12 feet for a par.
A little bit of bunker practice while he has the chance.
Just trying to get a little bit more feel for the sand in case he's in another one later on in the round.
Lucas Fuss to go to 8 under and increase his lead. Well, 7 holes left. He leads by 2. Well, Sweden have produced so many wonderful players, particularly in women's golf. Neumann, Sorensen won everything between them.
Worm's eye view of David Duval's birdie putt there. He's had a bit of a run at that, but only 2.5 feet to negotiate.
Woosnam at the 3rd for a par. Two-stroke penalty at the 1st, drop stroke at the 3rd, after what he felt for 10 minutes or so was the most glorious start.
I'm with the Woosnam match, and I'm actually with David Gritman, Secretary of the Rules of the RNA. Now, David, perhaps you can tell us what happened on the 2nd tee.
Yes, unfortunately, it was discovered on the 2nd tee that Ian Woosnam had started with 15 clubs. I believe he had an extra fairway wood in his bag. The rules require a player to have not more than 14 clubs, so he obviously had one too many. The penalty, therefore, is applied to the first hole, and there is a 2-stroke penalty for having the additional club.
Because he hadn't played off the 2nd tee, that's why it was only 2 shots, yes?
That's correct. If he had played his tee shot on the 2nd, I'm afraid the penalty would have been 2 shots on the first hole and then again on the 2nd. That would have been the maximum penalty applied.
David, thank you very much.
Okay.
Cejka playing with Woosnam.
Woosnam for a bogey. Two over for today in Woosnam.
Nicholas Fast at the short 12th, playing 193 today this hole. This is where we saw Tiger rip it over the back of the green. Wind off the left. And he bending as though he's hoiked it left a bit, as long as it's not too... Well, he's on grass, and that's a good break, because the pin is way the other side of the green. We're joined by Ken Brown.
Thank you, Mark. It's all action, isn't it? Plenty of things going on. Bernhard Langer going on steadily as ever. Beautifully done.
That must be even more galling for Woosnam, because they're not playing together. But you know, here I am. He starts almost holding his tee shot at the first. Woosnam, that is, and a 2-shot penalty because of too many clubs. Bernhard holds that monster putt for a par at the 3rd. So many things can happen in this strange game. Montgomery now 2nd at the 7th.
Yes, he's just got one back off the card at the 6th. Good chance here. Oh, and that's a good solid iron shot. Oh, well played. And he'll have that to go to 6 under and right back in the hunt.
Duval for a par at the 2nd. Opens up with a couple of pars.
Woosnam on the par 4th. And starting left, I think, stayed there. So difficult it's going to be for him to sustain his concentration.
Langer at the 3rd. tee shot again from Langer.
Going on the 10th for a birdie. This would get him back to 5 under. Up the hill, right to left. Went right to left and tried to come back again.
Now Duval at the 3rd.
Bernhard Langer in ideal shape down the 3rd. Duval lucky to avoid that little pot bunker on the left at 245, but as it is, he's lying okay in the semi-rough.
Monty now for his eagle. And that's as close as we've seen anyone for 2. But he's got to hit it. Looked brown up there. He probably thought it might be a lot quicker than some of the putts. Sun out today, last couple of hours. Doesn't take long to bleach the greens.
Very fortunate for Nicholas Fast. Good lie, flat lie as well, all the green to work with. Actually, if you're going to miss this green, that's not a bad spot. Beautiful, well done. Hard to believe he's 2 ahead. Long way to go. In great shape.
Does he realise it's the last round, Ken, do you think?
Doesn't seem to, does he?
16th, Tiger. Tiger drove the green nearly onto the green. That chip was for a 2.
Ilinen, 17th fairway, his 2nd. Very sensible shot. Exactly what he'd been trying to do. Middle of the green, pin high, 5 under.
Montgomery for a birdie at the 7th. Has a 2-stroke lead.
Des Smith, this is on the 9th for a birdie. And he puts very, very solidly to that big one. Well done, Des. Moseying along, lurking.
Playing very well indeed. Woosnam having a cut at it. Cejka's played. Straight in the sand. Impossible to get close to the flag from that side. Plenty of vocal encouragement.
Fast. Another hole under his belt. Can't see too many players out on the course beating 8 under.
Would be a heck of a target, wouldn't it? 8.
Monty out here, I mean, he's just had the 2 birdies and his crowd's like a football crowd. They're cheering like they're at their game on a Saturday afternoon. They're thoroughly enjoying it. I must admit, so am I.
Well, didn't really want to be off the fairway. An iron for safety, and that's tricky.
Very awkward indeed, Peter. I mean, he could hit anything here. Might even be an 8 iron. He's got 179 to the front. He's got to be landing it short, I would think.
Yes. Good, David.
A couple of good breaks on that hole, avoiding the bunker off the tee, then a nice steady tipper's kick to the left.
BJ Singh on the 13th for his par. Well done. Keeps him going. 5 under par, 5 holes to play.
Quite tricky here for Langer. He's got a lovely line in the fairway, but the wind is fluctuating. Every now and then we get a really strong blast. 169 to the front.
Woosnam's third shot now. I thought he was in the bunker up by the green, but obviously the second shot just dived away, and now that was his third shot then. Already seen that one.
Tiger Woods now for birdie on 16. Too little, too late for Tiger. Mark James and Ken Brown have taken a break.
Alex Cejka with a chance of another birdie here at the 4th hole. Oh dear. Well, it seemed last evening as if the pressure got to him just a little bit, and now he started to drop shots, and now he's left himself a nasty one there for his par.
That's the 17th green there in the foreground, and Ylönen is down there lining up his birdie putt.
Interesting story, Wayne. When he was winning the amateur championship, he was reputed to be very slow. He addressed the ball in the rough for so long, brought the club head up, and he said, listen, there's a butterfly here on my club head. And one of the spectators said it was only a caterpillar when you started.
They can be very cruel and very clever, some of the spectators, can't they? One and 5 under, tied for 4th. 5 under for the day. Mightn't be enough. He'd need a birdie up the last at least to post some score in there, Alex.
Yeah, but it's an amazing transition, isn't it, from the amateur ranks to the professional game. Now, Woosnam, things really are beginning to become a little bit disappointing for him. He was so pumped up, ready to go at the first hole. You couldn't wish for worse misfortune.
Nicholas fast on 13. The players walk back 150 yards to this tee. This is where Monty began to come unstuck yesterday. Good safe iron shot.
Yeah, we'll just knock it down short of that. Left hand one. 5 iron.
Monty here, 162 yards. He's drawn quite a good lie, but he has to land this ball short of the green. Anything, I think, landing on the front's going to go over the back.
Yeah, well, we could see the flag there, just directly in line with the centre of the stand, and that.
Oh, that's a magnificent shot there. He landed it within an inch of where he needed to there. Fantastic. Crowd loves it.
When you watched it running along that green, it's very close to a rim where he could just turn and fall off into another deep bunker. But maybe his luck is about to change.
Now, Bernhard Langer. Good putt from Langer. Good putt, Bernhard. Will be for a 4. And that for a 4 for a par start. First 3 holes are quite difficult.
Alex Cejka at the 4th. For his par, his first putt rather a long way short, and that's what happens when you just lose the nerve. So that's a 3-4-5-5 start for Cejka, and he goes back to just 4 under.
Sixth green, Nicky Price for eagle. Seen Sergio and VJ make eagles here today. The weakest part of Nicky's game is the putter. Tremendous ball striker.
Now then, Ilonen at the 17th. Well done. Very well played from this young fella. Just one more hole to go of this championship. We go up onto the 9th tee. Garcia. So many have thrown the ball right through this green. Yes, he's shouting, get down. He's all right. He's got it right under control. That's a beautiful shot.
David Duval on 3. Has he hit it? Yes, he has. Just sneaks in the front edge. David Duval moves into within 1 shot of Nicholas Fast.
A major threat is this American player. So we go to Fast at the 13th. A nice little par 4. There's 342 yards. And it's just going to hang on. It's perfect distance.
Well, no one's told him yet he's in the Open Championship and right in the dogfight, Alex. What a great effort it is today.
Yes, a young man. He's been a professional since 1993. Here's one who's been a pro for a bit longer than that. Now, Ian Woosnam on the par 3, 5th. Beautiful transference of weight there, really solid into the left hip. And a good shot from Ian. Ironically, one of the best shots we've seen all day, Wayne, was his opening shot.
Yes, I mean, what a thing to happen. I mean, it's obviously taken everything out of Woozy. Darren Clark, this is on 6. And this is for eagle. What a tremendous shot. Second shot here for Clark. This is to move into 6 under. Darren will get the local fans excited, that's for sure.
Well, he's having a wonderful run of great golf. Victory a couple of weeks ago at the K Club. Wonderful finish the week before that at the Irish Open. 64 on the Sunday to rocket him up to 2nd place.
Well, all sorts of movements now on the leaderboard. Vijay Singh at 6 under. Sergio Garcia has gone to 6 under. Darren Clark also there with that eagle going to 6 under. And the players beginning to bunch up behind the 2 leaders, David Duval and Nicholas Fast. And Colin Montgomery getting his round back on track. Nick Price at 4 under. Davis Love the 3rd in the clubhouse with that round of 67 today. And all these players are still within reach of the top of the leaderboard. Tiger Woods, level par.
Now Colin Montgomery, after that wonderful iron shot at 8, could he make it 3 birdies in a row? By the slightest margin, he doesn't. That little ridge I was referring to, yes, that one. He kind of thought it would have turned the other way. So he stops his run of birdies, but it's a good 4. And he is very much in the hunt at 5 under.
Vijay Singh, birdie putt on 14. Vijay 3 under for the day. Oh, there's a way to move to 6 under. Good putt from Vijay, tied for 3rd with Garcia, Clark and Langer, all at 6 under. 2 shots behind Nicholas Fast. As I said, Vijay, US PGA and Masters champion in the past, looking for the 3rd major.
Now David Duval at this par 4. No railway line to worry about. Don't want to let it drift too far away. Go to the right here. Yes. There's very thick rough down there.
Good bounce there though, Alex. It looked like he had a bit of a break. Bounce it back closer to the fairway. Monty now at the 9th hole, downhill par 3. This is right at the end of the golf course.
151 yards straight downwind. Doesn't need to hit this one much more than a yard or 2 on the green. His distance control on that last shot was fantastic. Hopefully he can do it again. He's talking this one over with his caddy. Wind's just gusting at the moment. Important shot here for Monty.
Yes, the pin is just 7 paces on the green.
It's going right at the pin.
That's the problem. The tailwind and the pin at the front is not a good partnership. He's quite a long putt away, but many have missed his green completely today.
.13, Nicholas Fast, long putt across the green for birdie. Good putt from Fast. 5 under for the day, out in 31. 30 on 11. On this inward 9, but now he has the toughest part of the golf course to finish. 14 through 18. He'll take no prisoners today, as we saw yesterday.
Tiger Woods, who's playing a very quiet part in the final day of this championship. And at the 17th, he's had a birdie, a couple of birdies in a row.
Well, he's battling there, Alex. Interestingly, his worst finish in the major championships since he's turned pro has been 29th, and he's currently 28th. Although I don't think that'll interest him too much.
Iron club for Fast at the 14th. Not a bad swing, this, just 3/4 length backswing. Jumps one bunker, won't beat the pair. If the first one don't get you, the second one does. Some skillful bunkering here.
Duval and Langer both very keen to get down the right-hand side of the fairway on the 4th with a pin right over on the left, but Duval's in a not a very nice lie. At least the grass is lying in the right direction.
Hold it up, Win. Get out. Hold it up. Get out. Oh. 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 Oh.
Down into the bunker at the right. One was calling it to hold up, and the other was to get down. Between the two of them, they got it wrong.
Well, interesting thing here, we've talked a lot about the bunkers this week, 197 of them. And over the first 3 days, players have hit it in the bunkers 1,328 times, as we watched Illanen on the 18th.
Lots of bunkers waiting down at 18 for this one. He's quite lucky to get such a good lie, and he's been lucky with the bunker. That has knocked his ball right across to within 12 feet. What an opportunity to make a birdie when it looked as though it was all wrong.
Bernhard Langer has got an even worse lie than Duval, but again, the grass is at least lying in the right direction. But a lot of grass behind the ball, difficult to get any real control on it. It's got 152 to the front, 165 to the pin, but the pin only just over those 3 bunkers on the left-hand side. Into this really quite strong breeze now.
Must have been a terrible lie there, Julian, because he's come up well short of the green in the left in the semi. No shot left, pin tight behind that bunker.
Yep. I'll let it up now.
Well, a lot happening down here at the 18th as Tiger Woods prepares to drive. Full-blooded tee shot again. You know what happened last night. Straight right he went last evening. Does this follow the lip? Oh, almost the same spot. Well, I don't know if he collided. He certainly stopped pretty quick. He must have hit someone and maybe stayed on the hard piece. Almost the identical shot to last evening. Tiger, we found the ball. He's a Tiger of a different sort here.
Second shot, Vijay Singh.
It seems so easy, no biggie. Huh?
Some unusual sort of result. I think he expected it to jump a little bit more, just coming out of that first cut.
Now up at the 18th green, this is a seriously important moment. Ilonen, who had to jump the fence to hit his second shot, got a lovely balled piece to play it off, where all the spectators had played, then pulled the second shot. No, you don't care. Not everybody that's interested in this championship. Peace and quiet. Reminds me a little bit of Georgie, my granddaughter. Tiger's making his way from the tee to find out where his ball is. I think he's on the sort of bare piece where the spectators have walked. There's his card, 5 birdies in it, but sadly 4 bogeys, 3 perhaps, 3 bogeys, but here on the green with a putt certainly to be the leader in the championship. Completed rounds. I think he has this for 65.
That's right, Alex.
Right to left it is. Oh, and he hit it too hard.
Well, that would have been to post a score of 6 under in the clubhouse, which, the way things are going out there, could be pretty good and could be the final score. But now he's left himself some work.
Back to the 9th, and Colin Montgomery putting back up this green. It's a bit slippery at the side there, but not slippery enough for Colin. It was a good approach putt.
As Garcia on 10 for birdie. Flag is 25 on, so this is all of 65 feet. Players have had difficulty all week on uphill putts getting the ball to the hole. Garcia currently 6 under, coming off a birdie on 9.
Nicholas Fast, the second bunker that caught him here on this 14th hole. He mustn't be too greedy, that lip is high. Well, the club blade removed a piece of the revetted turf. But I think he's out, safe and sound. There he is, just short of the walkway. That's a good shot, well positioned. Young men from all over Europe, and Sweden, Finland. The only great player I know from Finland is on the 18th green.
Third shot of Langer on 4. What a great shot from where he was. Played a very good bunker shot earlier in the day. Good pitch shot there to keep his round going.
He's just standing halfway between ball and hole, have a little visual of how this ball will curve. Mustn't ground the putter, of course, and he hadn't. But he's got this for 66. Won the amateur championship last year. Who knows what could happen?
Darren Clark, third shot on 7. Just catches the downslope. Not bad from there. That pin today is really tight, difficult to get to.
Vijay Singh deep in the rough. This at the 15th and getting a nice little bit of run, exactly as he hoped. It's only a par 4.
David Duval in the right-hand bunker on 4. Tremendous shot. 2 good shots there from Langer and Duval. Both players missing this green. Both with good opportunities for par.
Ellinan with this putt. This putt for a round of 66. Knock this in and pray for a gale to spring up. And he's done it. Last year's amateur champion. It's only a minor miracle that would stop him from being this year's Open champion. 5 under par, leader in the clubhouse.
Tiger's #1 fan. Well, Tiger needs a lot of help today. Reign as the Open champion is almost at an end.
Wayne, it's amazing how close in an Open championship the spectators get to the players. Just even the caddies having to tuck in. Now he's right over there on the walkway. He's allowed to play from there, but he has to take his risk with the fence. You can't move the fence.
Oh,
And loaded with backspin coming from such a tight lie. A very good shot from Tiger Woods.
Yes, that fence you mentioned, Alex. If the players are within 4 club lengths of the fence, they get relief from it. Otherwise, they just play it. Now Garcia, this is par putt on 10. He made some silly comments earlier in the week about the greens last week at Loch Lomond and how they destroyed his chance this week of winning the Open Championship, but this man can roll his ball.
Jimenez out to 6th. And another very good putt. Another Spaniard going very well indeed. Jimenez with that birdie is now 6 under, within 2 of the lead. A great welcome.
Champion, one of the great things about that is you know that you get to come back every year, Alex, until you're 65 and play, which is always nice to know.
Well, we've got a lot to look forward to in that case. Could it be this man that will get that invitation? 3rd shot, though.
Sit down.
And he doesn't like it. As soon as he hit it, he thought it was too much. Well, there you are. It was just hit so beautifully. Ball turf, backspin loaded on it. And he's got a chance of retrieving the par. His cushion is only 1 single stroke. And it's Duval after 4 holes at 7 under in 2nd place.
Bernhard Langer for par on 4. Coleman there just lining him up, and then as moves away just in time, or just before he strokes it. Billy Mayfair. Eagle putt on 6. 21 on, so 63 feet. Yeah, good leg putt from Mayfair. Started the day 5 under. That's to make the first birdie.
Now the man in 2nd place is this one, David Duval.
oh my God.
Full flowing swing. It's at the 5th, par 3. and he might hold out in that little pop-up, and it slowed him down. I can tell you that did him a very big favor. If he missed that, he was down in the valley. I wonder who's on his way home there. Probably my tip on his way to Canada. Beautiful, a marvelous sky today, beautifully clear, crystal clear. Now, Bernhard Langer on the 5th. His concentration is superb, so too his skill. Good shot.
Nicholas fast 14. This is for par. Always low. Well, that's the first blemish today for fast. Drops back to 4 under for the day, 7 under for the championship.
Yes, and the nearer he gets to this green, the greater grows the pressure. Now, Tiger Woods has had 2 birdies, 16 and 17. Can he finish with a hat trick? Well, since April, he's owned all 4 major titles.
Coffee table starting to empty, Alex. He had the 4 major trophies on his coffee table. Well, he's without 2 of them now. Birdie putt of Darren Clark on 7. Six under, and now only 1 behind.
Out to the 10th. Colin Montgomery. In his aggression, you see. The last time he charged a putt, that was way back about the 3rd hole. He resulted in 3 putts, and it's almost about the same distance again as he left it on that occasion.
We have a question. Alex from Eldert Brunsma in Netherlands says, is there a maximum number of strokes a player is allowed to have on a hole, or can he continue to make 15 or 20? Well, the answer to that is there is no maximum, and yes, he can make 15 or 20, although he wouldn't be around for very long. He'd be very hungry. Need to find alternative employment, that's for sure.
Up to the 6th, Ian Woosnam. Better fortune, an eagle 3 for Ian. Brings him back to just 1 over for the day, and he's well back in it at 5 under.
Body now for par on 10. Just made 2-3 putts today. Just can't afford those sorts of mistakes. There's too many other hazards around this Royal Litherman St Anne's golf course.
Now out to the 5th, Bernhard Langer putting back up the green. And I must say the greens have stood up wonderfully well to this championship. You can easily stress out with this sort of weather and the fact that they don't sort of encourage much water during the event. I think the staff have done wonderfully well.
Fast on 15, taking an iron. Well, this is conservative. 15, the toughest hole on the course, into the wind. Okay, that'll hold the edge of the left edge of the fairway on 15, but that is a mighty long way home.
David Duval has already taken a free drop away from the sprinkler head. Seems to be taking another one. Rules official David Pepper keeping an eye on it. He was so lucky, as Alex Cejka was saying, that stopped the ball. If he was down into the dip another couple of yards beyond, he'd have had no shot at all. The one place not to be today.
David Pepper, of course, the assistant chairman of the championship committee, and fine referee, takes control of many events. The Women's Open Championship, he used to come and help control it for as many years at Woburn.
Second shot, 15, Nicholas Fast. Took iron from the tee. Well, he can't see much. The flag is down behind the hill. That third tower on the right, the third crane on the right, just below that.
We had a big draw.
Ball just slightly below Fast feet. He does move it right to left, the pin today, 21 on 4 from the left. But this is anywhere centre of the green's a good shot.
Thank you. Stop. Sit down.
Sit down. Well, very unlucky. That was a good shot there. Fast has played what I think today is an exceptional round. One blemish was his tee shot on 14, where he made bogey. But he's looked very comfortable, confident.
Now back to David Duval, having got relief from that pop-up. Oh! I was going to say, if he'd popped that in there for a 2, he would have... you could expect him to ask for the pop-up to be removed and taken home and framed. Saved him completely from going down into the valley. So he's the joint leader in the championship, and it's one he would dearly wish.
Vijay Singh, second shot on 16.
Come down.
One by one, these players are coming through these last few holes, each trying to post a score that the other players are going to have to catch. Langer now for par on 5. I'll take a break now, Alex, and leave you with Mark James.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you very much, and a marvellous day, Mark. I'm sure you're wrapped up in it just as we all are. As we have a little look at alphabeticals as they go through, let you know where everybody is doing. But very exciting, Mark.
Yes, I was delighted to see Woosie make 3 on the 6th. That'll get everything working again. He knows he's still in it. No one breaking away from the field.
Out to the 11th, Garcia. His third shot is par 5, 542 yards. And allowing him for a bit of run. He's done pretty well there, Sergio. Sergio 6 under, 33 he was to the turn, par the 10th. And I must say that we've sort of waited all week to be able to see these wonderful links in the sunshine. It's been grey, it hasn't rained very much, the wind hasn't got up. The practice days, the players were buffeted about. There's poor Sandy Ladd took 81 today, which was unfortunate for him. But they're the blue skies, and I always think the Open Championship's final day should at least be in sunshine. Leaders at 7 under.
Yes, it's gorgeous out there. We watch David Duval, Bernhard Langer on the 6th tee. Tough tee shot.
Of course, with this helping wind, you can carry the bunker down the left-hand side with the driver, and that's what Duval's going to try and do. It is possible to run out on the far side of the fairway if you get a real good one. 300-yard run out.
Well, that's bouncing about in a pretty thick rough, and at this stage Ken Brown has joined us. A bit of a wild tee shot there, Kenneth.
Well, Duval normally is his best controlled shot is a left to right flight, and this hole requires a draw and slightly overdoing it, but it could be okay. It's certainly a long way up there.
Our joint leader just playing another little shot from off the green, but unfortunately a young Nicholas has left himself another testing putt.
Bernhard Langer out with the driver as well. And I can tell you guys incidentally that Nicholas Fast had a 1-iron especially made up for him this week. He's a very long hitter, and he's been hitting 1-iron off the tee almost all the time apart from the 11th where he's used the driver. He used a 3-wood once on the 18th as well, but otherwise 1-iron.
The familiar loop at the end of the swing, and that's very lucky. Those were the trees Tom Lehman was in the last round in '96, and that's actually fine now. He'll have half a shot at the green from there. I'm surprised he didn't break a wrist or something with that follow through.
Go Peck! Go Peck!
Arnold Palmer on too much sugar.
To Garcia. Now, can he get a birdie at the 11th? This green remarkably green in colour. And in the greenness, it was probably just a shade slower than he expected. Hasn't drained out at all. Looking at the surface, maybe it was his shoes. Don't throw one away now. We've got a few holes to play.
Jimenez. Up the little ridge at the 7. Just a par there. Stays at 6 under. One behind.
Colin Montgomery, long iron to 11. He's hit a super drive up there. And it looks, I think, as though he likes it. No, too far right. Leave him a long bunker shot to the pin on the left.
Nicholas Fast's first blemish of his round came at the previous hole, which he bogeyed. Here at the 15th, a testing putt, very important. Sweet as a nut. Beautiful putt from Nicholas.
Billy Mayfair on the 7th. And this is for a share of the lead. Some putting stroke and some results. 3 players on -7 now.
So it's a 3-way tie now at the top of the leaderboard. Billy Mayfair joining Nicholas Fast and David Duval. Billy Mayfair, who's been a winner on the US Tour 5 times. He won the Tour Championship there in 1995. His best performance in an Open Championship in 3 previous appearances, tied 44th. But he finds himself top of the leaderboard. Now Darren Clark on the 9th, this 164-yard par 3. The pin cut today, just 4 paces off the right-hand side. He's given himself a chance of a birdie. Improved his position by 1 shot so far today, Darren Clark. Began at 5 under, now 6 under. Hello, where did I put it? There it is. And it looks a bit leaner to me at the moment, Darren Clark, than more accustomed to seeing. Looks like he's lost a little bit of weight. Really is a gorgeous day now. There is still the breeze that will play its little tricks, but the clouds have rolled away of early morning. It's perfect. And now the co-leader, trying to hold it together over these closing holes. .359 yard, par 4, 16th. Slight dogleg right. Safely down the right side of the fairway, which is where he wants to be. Nick Price, birdie putt on the 8th to go to 5 under. The second birdie of the outward 9 for Nick Price. 2 bogeys as well. Yeah, Bernhard Langer, who's been very fortunate. A wayward shot off the tee, but got a chance of good contact with the ball. Helped by the wind coming from the right. Got 197 to go. Well, that little pot bunker to the left of the green is really deep. All depends on the lie. If he's up against the face, it's going to be very tricky to get it close to the flag. And Montgomery, with his troubles on 11, it's his 3rd shot. Brilliantly played. Montgomery out in 35, par figures. Dropped a shot at the 10th. Now Duval, with not such a good lie. His 2nd to the 6th.
Get out. Get out.
Really had a tug at that. Just trickling onto the front edge of the green. David Duval, a 3-way tie for the lead at 7 under par for the championship. Duval with that 65 yesterday, his best score in the Open Championship. And this is Billy Mayfair, also in that 3-way tie for the lead. Nicely done. Darren Clark with the birdie putt on 9 to join the leaders. For Darren Clark out in 34, 1 under par. Eagle 3 on the par 5 6th. Dropped a shot on the par 4 3rd. Enjoying his afternoon. Now the young Swede.
Come on. Come on.
cavernous bunker on the left of the 6th. But Langer's no mug with the sand wedge. It's a little shy, but it leaves him a fairly straight uphill putt. He's no mug with the putter either, so he's still got a good birdie chance.
He used to be a mug with a putter, didn't he? I mean, I don't think anybody suffered. Ken, you're an authority on putting. He suffered.
He certainly suffered over the years a few times. Now, come on, Colin. Always pushed it. And so few birdie holes left. I think that was a vital one for him to make. There's only really the 13th and 16th, such a genuine birdie chances on the closing holes.
Well, a lovely view out over the sea. We don't often see it with the tide in. We don't get the water right up to the very edge, but it would appear as if it's visiting today. Even the pier might have made it into damp ground, I'm not sure. As we swing right, heading away over St. Anne's to find Blackpool. Any minute it'll come into view. Down by the end of the railway line we go. There's the Big Dipper. There's number 1 just coming into sight. And there the famous Blackpool Tower. Quite a coastline of golf. Fairhaven to the left, St. Anne's Old Coast to the right, virtually surrounding this place.
David Duval after that lucky break with his second shot. Well, that's a circumspect attempt for Eagle. That short one for his birdie. They're looking to break away now from the pack. That would put him 8 into the lead.
Hasn't put a foot wrong so far, Duval. Scoring wise anyway.
There's a funny stroke now. We talk about putting actions. You, Billy Mayfair, particularly on short putts. Beautiful putting stroke. When he practices, watch this one.
You could whisk a dozen eggs with that stroke, couldn't you, Alex?
Yes, it's the tiny ones. You have to. Wayne Grady says he shuts his eyes. He wouldn't like it to be infectious, the stroke.
Who shuts his eyes?
Wayne Grady shuts his eyes. He does. He says, I'm not going to watch this, even when we're commentating. I'll listen for it dropping.
I thought you meant Billy Mayfair shuts his eyes. It sometimes looks like it.
Right.
It's definitely been tried on tour.
Yeah, there are 1 or 2 people who say they putt with their eyes closed. I always looked as if I did. Now this for the lead. Nicholas Fast, good putt, good distance. He's a very fit young man. We saw him interviewed up at Loch Lomond by Dougie Donnelly. I mean, and it is just remarkable how they come out of Sweden and they come out of Denmark, they come out of Europe, talented.
Seeing it's 6 under, his approach to the 17th, over the mounds. Fantastic shot. Must have come in from orbit to stop as quick as that on that hard putting surface. Seeing right in it.
Bernhard Langer for his birdie. To join Fast, Mayfair and Duval at 7 under. Oh, boy. I think these holes are just starting to shrink a fraction.
Certainly drying out. A very open championship.
Here it is now. Chance to watch this putting stroke. The rehearsal back and low and true and straight. Now watch this one. Look at that. Round and round. Hits it with a slight slice spin on it. But he knows what he's doing because he's sharing the lead. Well, he's not quite. But wonderful putting.
See the odd brown patches on the greens now. They're certainly drying out for the lead. Eight under.
Tapping in for Fast for his par. That's a very good hole. Accomplished. Just one bogey on his card.
Vijay Singh for a birdie, and he needs this or a birdie at the last to set a challenging target, and that's not the way to get it. He'll be annoyed with himself for that. He hit it right on line. Million mid-length putter now. Come in all shapes and sizes putters these days. Yeah, not pleased.
Clark's approach to the 10th. Pin back right. Easy to go over the back if you're not careful, and endeavour to get to the whole side.
Here's the championship leader. Another par 5 coming up. Possibly used up some share of his luck at the previous 2 holes, but he doesn't need luck with that tee shot. That splits the fairway.
It's miles as well.
I think Ken standing on the tee here, and the conditions as they are now, you feel as though you can launch as a country mile, because the wind is blowing quite strongly down, a running fairway, and as long as you hit it straight, it's going to be just a mid-iron into the green.
Needs to be there where that flag's cut, just over that big mound on the front left. It's almost impossible to get near the flag with an approach shot. Bunkers left and right. One of these undulating fairways, little humps and hollows. A relic of the old farmland, I think.
Yes, you're absolutely right. We had a nice letter about that. 19th century drainage systems. Got them at Fulford in York. See how dry it gets when you come over the fence. We go to the 18th VJ. Well, the man signaling has gone to the left. And he's got one of the big bunkers there. There it is, and that can really remove your thoughts of going for the green. You'd have to be very desperate. A whole line of 3 there from the left side. There's another line of 3 more to the right.
Kevin Sutherland. I saw him in the 11th. He was so far left. Looked like a hitchhike on his way to Preston. Ended up making 4.
Clark. And just missing. He missed one at the 9th, and he's left this one short at the 10th, and each one will be seen later in the day as a chance missed. 4 for Darren. He stays at 6 under. Now, this is only 2 shots behind the leader.
With the 1 iron again, 17th tee.
Monty, this is to save his par though. He certainly needs something to happen, even if he holds this one. Well, that's a good start. But from here it's got to be birdies and nothing else. Probably needs 3 birdies in the last 6 to have a chance.
Currently joint 16th. 9th tee, and Billy Mayfair. Comes up a little shy on the shortest hole on the golf course. The change in elevation, sometimes it's easy to miss clubs. The ball goes a little further than you think generally.
That's the view from the high tower down to the 17th green. You can see how it winds its way, dog-legging. Then round we come, the 4 bunkers I mentioned, lying in a line to the front right, and then up there to the left. And that's where Vijay Singh is driven. I didn't save any money on sand here. It's just full of deep bunkers. Gary Player described Lytham sand as the bunkers as the best. He used to just dig it up. He might have added a bit with the recent additions and numbers.
Don't think there's any alternative for Vijay just to knock it back into play, but he's tempted. You think if you just get a pitching wedge, you can perhaps hit it within 10 or 15 yards of the green. High risk procedure though.
Take your time,
No, going outside the risk. Could be his chances over. 6 under, has to get down in 2 to stay that way.
I think, Ken, that's the quality of this golf course, isn't it? No matter where you are, just one slight misjudgment and it can be all over. Now this is a tough one for fast playing, hopefully to just get a little glimpse of the flag over the top. Just about on the middle, one of those large towers. Right to left wind would help.
Oh, hit it, wind. Hit it, wind. Hit it, wind.
The Scotsman says hit it, so it's going right. And it clings to the green. Very good. It's quite a long way away from the flag. And there's nothing wrong with that, being on the green.
.335 yard drive for Bernhard Langer down the 7th. 206 left to the front, and he's really just got to aim for the middle of the green.
Good looking shot. A better tactician than Bernhard Langer. Brilliant. Very hard bounce there. Just at the shoulder of that bunker.
Vijay Singh's 3rd to 18. Really must get up and down here. An outside sniff, which is not his best pitch. The left to right player appeared to move the other way in the air.
Temperatures moving up into the 70s now. It's a lovely day. And just wandering on for Billy Mayfair. Have that to save his par at the 9th.
David Duval at 7. .360 yards. He's hit the tee shot.
Get out.
The hole measures 542, but he's got 181 to the front edge. And he pitched it right on the front edge, and he's looking very, very threatening. Well, great credit there to this young gentleman, David Dixon. He unfortunately faltered at the last hole. He took a 6 at the last hole to be 2 over for the championship.
Billy Mayfair's attempting to clean up at 9. Yeah, goes safely on his way to the 10th tee.
He tried to changed his putting stroke about 2.5 seasons ago, and he completely lost it altogether. So then eventually just went back to what felt comfortable to him.
It'd be very difficult to effect a change in either a putting method or a swing. Sometimes the devil you know is a whole lot better than the devil you don't.
That's why my swing is as it is. Now this man, he's attempted many changes, mainly, of course, with a putter. He had, I remember once with Clive Clark, sold him one for a fiver at Sunningdale. That restored him for about a third visit to the Yips. But the long shafted putter has certainly made a big difference to him, and indeed to Ian Woosnam.
Very tough 2-putt, this one, Alex. Up a little ridge. Pace and line, both hard to ascertain.
I turned left at the traffic lights and went up the road to the newsagents.
Didn't get it on the top level, did he? Just one that left.
It's getting shiny around that hole. They're the last group, though. Going to be a problem for the members tomorrow morning. Which I think they might put a bit of water on them this evening.
To the 18th and VJ with a putt here. They're so hard to read. Yes, the caddy's just sort of getting an insect to fly away. He won't touch the surface. Yes, it is. It's a little insect. He's not showing the line. Big break on this from left to right. "29 feet exactly. That's as the crow flies. Of course, he's going to set it out a wee bit left of that white line to allow for the break. Well, I would think that VJ had made up his mind. It was this or nothing. I have to hold it. It's no good going in here at 5 under and finishing joint third or something. If I could make the 6 under, who knows what might happen.
Nicholas Fast on the 17th. Second shot just finding the right edge of the green. Leaves him a very long birdie attempt. Good play there with his second shot. This would put him in a tie with Duval. Oh, for goodness me. That was a beautiful stroke. Well, he's performed superbly under the most severe of pressures.
Well, David Duval, eagle putt on 7. This flag today is very difficult, and this is the best shot that we've seen so far. Slope up to the hole, left it short, as you can see, but only 3 feet left. That's to go to 9 under.
There's David Dixon finishing off a wonderful tournament. Today, and tied for 32nd. Remember, you see in the top left of that box on your screen. Great stuff.
And winner of the silver medal.
Just about to say that. 70, 71, 70, 74 for David Dixon. Congratulations.
Langer now. Really a must putt for him. Finished yet either. Very disappointing.
Oh, terrible way for VJ Singh to finish. The putt on the 17th green to get to 7 under. Looks like a closing 6.
I think you can get used to seeing that, Ken, today. The guys are going to come here the last few holes trying to get that score in the buckets. Very keen to double the balls up. VJ performance this week. Those final round 69. Cost us 6 there on the last.
I think there'll be a few stains on the closing fairway from players leaking oil tomorrow morning. Tough finish to this course.
Second in driving distance this week behind David Love, average 315 yards. It gives them all a good belt. Star of the future.
Actually, on Friday afternoon, drove it just a couple of paces off the front edge of this 18th green, which is unheard of. Langer now on 7. This is for par. Still lots of 3-putt for Langer. Today, 7 pars in a row he started.
Control always difficult out the rough. Second to Billy Mayfair. Ball stopping very quickly. 10th and 11th green seem a little softer. Much greener.
10 certainly slopes from back to front quite severely. Players are hitting wedges. 11's in amongst the trees. As we go to Duval cleaning up for his birdie at 7.
Ticklish one. Well done. Leads by 2.
Well, we have word that Billy Andrade is back there somewhere. Second shot here on 14. Well, we've heard the hit there. We'll have a look at this for a shot. Great shot from Andrade. Oh, he's got that to go to 6 under. Not out of the hunt.
Nicholas Fast composing himself on the 18th tee. The tee only a couple of yards. The tee marker's only a couple of yards forward, playing its full 412 yards.
Tough drive though, Mark, isn't it?
Oh, it is. There's a row of bunkers across the middle of the fairway, another row a bit further up along the left, another big one on the right. In fact, it's frightening me talking about it. He's hit a 3-wood, and he loves that. Punch of the fist.
I've never seen anyone punch the air after a tee shot before, have you? Plenty. No, Tiger throws more uppercuts than Mike Tyson on the green when he holds putts, but it's the first one after a tee shot.
Montgomery, and we hear this is for an eagle. He's driven the 13th green. Par 4. Super effort.
This is the hole where Monty Perrin stuck yesterday. Kirk, remember, put his iron into the fairway bunker. Took 2 to get out, made double bogey. And off the rails a little.
Duval on the 8th, our championship leader. Railway line on the right, gaping hole of a bunker on the left. But only an iron this week, downwind. A bit close to the bunker, but skidding off that slope. And that's way down the fairway.
Darren Clark, second to the par 5, the 11th. Chasing it on. Go on, get it up distance. Good effort. Inevitably, the best place to miss a Linksland golf course green is at the front. Gives you the easiest pitch generally.
Billy Mayfair on 10. This is for birdie. Not afraid to win on Billy Mayfair. Good ball striker. It's a ball high. I'd say the conditions this week have really suited him. The lack of wind that we've had.
Yes, it hasn't been too strong. Strong enough to make players think, but rewarding good shots, whether you hit the ball high or low. We've seen Duval bring the ball in from the lower troposphere a couple of times.
And great for a most unlikely birdie. Beautifully done. Back-to-back birdies at 13 and 14. 6 under.
So David Duval with that two-shot lead, having played 7, 3 birdies so far, the rest in par figures. 3 under for the round. Colin Montgomery leaving himself that birdie putt on the 13th. I had a shot at it for eagle. Ian Woosnam still holding it together at 5 under with the homeward 9 to play. Vijay Singh in the clubhouse having posted a score of 69, 4 under for the tournament. 66 has been the best round of the day. Mikko Ilinen coming in 66. Bob Estes of America also at 66 today. Tiger Woods 71 to finish the championship at 1 under.
Tee shot of Bernhard Langer on 8. All pars today so far for Langer. Needs to start to make some birdies. Some good opportunities on the 2 easiest holes on the course, 6 and 7.
Just looking through the pin sheet here today, 13 are on the right-hand side of the greens and 5 are on the left. And Duval, very much a left-to-right player, favours right-hand pins.
I think one of the R&A officials has got one leg shorter than the other.
It's better with a 9. We'll get all the way there. I mean, we want to give it a chance. He
wants to give it a chance. He does a birdie here or an eagle. Might be the champ.
Been very impressed at how composed this guy is. I don't know anything of him apart from what I saw
Stays like
last
that,
week.
he'll get a punch 9 there.
It's an easier shot at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, punch 9.
He's had a couple of good finishes recently, gained a lot in confidence.
Get the other now.
Second in Ireland.
9.
Perfect tee
go
shot.
high, you know that.
Great maturity this week, Ken. Not an easy position to be in.
Just left of the flag.
Can he give me instructions just left of the flag? Why not straight in the hole?
At least he didn't say, watch those deep bunkers. Always got me.
Yeah, with that swing and follow through, has a tendency to hit it left. A bit of a nervous pull, but just don't worry about it. Get up there, line it up. Try and knock it in.
Yes, under this sort of pressure, you can hit it sideways. That's safe, but okay. We go to 11, and Billy Mayfair. Got to hit it long and over that trap on the left. 4 foot long rough over the on the back of the left-hand trap. A couple of marshals went in there yesterday, still haven't been recovered. That's fine.
Not the longest of it has beat Billy Mayfair. It's a fairly low flight, so that would have been a big carry for him. So favouring the right-hand side.
Darren Clark, front of 11, front of this hole that we just saw Billy Mayfair on. This is for eagle. Okay, 4 foot left for a birdie. Well, most of the gallery still out on the golf course as Nicholas Fast arrives to this 18th green. But this young man has an opportunity to scare the daylights out of all the best players in the world. Posting a score, the players on the course know exactly what they have to do.
Clark for birdie. Give him a share of second place. And the Irish fella must be doing a bit of luck. You can see Maybe a couple of long ones go in next few holes. Good birdie.
Duval in double D. Very commercial. Front middle of the green.
Looking down on the 18th green again. As I said, the grandstand's almost full, but there's still 20-odd thousand, 25,000 other people out around the golf course.
This is your dream moment, isn't it? You think to yourself, this putt's for the Open. If he pops it in, could well be. All those hours and hours of practice.
So I always said that winning one of these, Ken, was all about preparation and opportunity. You had to be prepared for if the opportunity came along to try and grab it. It's no good questioning yourself whether you think you deserve it while you're there.
Bernhard Langer on the 8th. Long putt for birdie, good 45 feet that. So he's had a bit of a rush of blood there. Just had a 3-putt from the back of the 7th. Doesn't want to follow it with another.
Pricey for a birdie. So both he and Darren Clark birdie the 11th. Price at 6 under.
There we have a look, 39 feet from Nicholas Fast between himself and posting a score of 8 under. It's looking good. Oh my goodness gracious me. Wow. What a great effort there from Fast. 4 under for the day. Post a round of 67.
Amazing, it seems to just turn at the hole side. A yard to go, you put all the money in the world it was going to go in.
Looked perfect, didn't it? Beautiful putt. A great championship for this young fella.
May not be the end of it for him yet. Almost odds on, they were saying this morning, for a playoff this afternoon.
Yes, he did. Bad time to have 4 pints of lager.
Disappointing day for Paul Lawrie.
Even worse day for Pierre Fulker. He's now 10 over for the day, 5 over for the championship. Just made 8 on the par 3 12th.
Around a 76 for the 1999 Open champion Paul Lawrie, and is he shaking the hand of the 2001 champion?
Very good from David Duval. Bernhard Langer's ball just frightening a little bit. And a terrific closing round for Nicholas Fast. Out in 31, back in 36. 67.
There's Monty for a birdie at 14. Currently even for the day, 5 under for the championship. And he's going to need a couple of these. Well, that was as close as you can get. Someone sneaked up and put cling film over that hole.
Langer for par on 8. Oh, good putt, Langer. That's really important for him.
Trying a little low runner here. Real links land shot. Oh, get up. Superb effort though. Great tee shot from Nick Price. Oh, now he's walking, he's there.
That was criminal. played it perfectly.
Duval now for par on 8. Duval 3 under today. Birdie's on 3, 6 and 7, and leads by 2.
Billy Mayfair's second to the 11th. It was a fairly easy swing. Just laying it up and leaving a pitch in.
That lie couldn't have been that good, Mark, could it? Because we've seen everyone going at this hole today.
Yes, it's just in the wispy stuff, and then it's real 50-50.
9th tee, David Duval.
Those little cut shots that he plays, left to right, pin front right, beautifully judged.
Bernhard Langer after watching Duval. She's flying it a little bit too far onto the green. We've seen that. Anything that lands close to pin high just releases to the back. Frustrating day for Bernhard so far. No birdies yet.
David Duval then ahead by 2 shots, 9 under par. And the young Swede, Nicholas Fast, in the clubhouse, having posted that score of 7 under for the round today of 67. But Darren Clark going well, also 7 under. Billy Mayfair at 7 under. For so long, the leaderboard in this Open Championship looked more like the leaderboard at a European Tour event, but when it's finally come to the shakedown, the American players have come to the top like cream. Sergio Garcia now 5 under after 14. And Colin Montgomery 5 under after 14. Montgomery even for today. Vijay Singh in with a 69. That might have been much better if a putt had dropped for him on 17. Davis Love III, who was one of the earlier matches out this morning.
Darren Clark, this very awkward putt. This little ridge, 3.5 feet high. It's quite a steep one.
Not a very good read there by Clark, but very unlucky now. Langer, long birdie putt on 9, sorry. Well, a little better first putt than the last 2 greens. Langer will have that for 9 pars and an outward half of 35.
Billy Mayfair on the 11th. Pitched it up just short of the green. And that's a little tentative, to say the least.
Won 5 times on the US Tour.
Duval to go to 10 under. Ooh, very tentative there. Could have started to put quite a lot of distance between himself and the next.
Price for a very rare two at the 12th. Stays at 6 under.
Almost not allowed to make 2 on 12, are you? When the pin's cut there, very difficult, and it's only a guy like Pricey that could get the ball close.
Yeah, someone made it 2 earlier and they had to call for a ruling. It was eventually allowed. Slinger taps in for his par at 9. Steadiness personified, but may not be enough at the end of the day.
Darren Clark now. This is for par on 12.
Tough one to read, this one. A couple of slopes. One from the back of the green and the other one coming off the bunker. Difficult to see the line.
Currently enjoying a really great month running back there. Throws that off so no one can see him having a sneaky cigar, but then they watch him all the way back to pick it up. Nunes moves to 7 under.
And just as things were thinning out, they're clogging up again. Apart from this man, he has a 2-shot lead. 10th tee. And we hit that straight up the middle. He's just hitting it like frozen rope today, Duval.
Six at a par 5. To do that at this stage. Birdie holes running out.
Bernhard Langer now, tee shot on the 10th. He bogeyed it in the first 2 rounds and then birdied it yesterday.
Oh, beautiful.
Slightly fortunate there. 37 wins in the European Tour, Bernhard Langer. Just got away with that one. That'll be fine there.
Have a look at the 10th hole. Shortest 4 on the golf course, 335 yards. A little sheltered tee. And the fairway are completely unsighted over these 2 humps. Most tee shots kick to the left and can easily be gathered into the left-hand rough. If you find the fairway, it's a very receptive green that slopes from back to front. Pin today is on the back right, 25 on 4 from the right-hand side. One of the smallest greens on the golf course. Both players have found the fairway.
While we watch these players on 12T, Gene Nisbet has asked the question, and which will be very relevant today with so many players bunched and tied on different scores. If 3 players tie for second, does the prize money, how do they determine the prize money? Well, they add the second, third, fourth prize money together and then divide it equally. We're likely to see quite a number of players bunched up on the scores at the end of the day.
Harrington, I saw going through there. He was one of the players who made a 2. 3 players have made a 2 on the 12th today. Harrington, Franco and Ilonen.
This pin only 4 from the right. No pin today more than 15 feet from the edge of a green. .193 yards. There's the pin. Ken's operated the telestrator with a silky touch. Makes a change, one of the people in the back room said. Somewhat cruel. Tough shot this. Oh, he's been fortunate if it stays there. That's not bad, that's only 30 feet from the pin.
A 120 shot, maybe more than 10, but safe side would be 120.
Bernhard Langer with 120 to the pin. The ideal position here is pin high left. That will give the straightest putt. Bernhard Langer has played the back 9 incredibly well. He's played it in 35, 34, 34.
Always been a brilliant short arm player.
little conservative. Bernhard's got a straight uphill putt there for a birdie. Had all pars so far. Nick Faldo had 18 pars in 1987 at Muirfield to win on Sunday, but somehow I don't think 18 pars for Bernhard today will quite get the job done.
David Duval with 105 left to the pin, which would probably be normally just about an ideal sandwich. There's quite a lot of wind up there, though, so he's either got to hit that pretty hard or he may just go for a very soft wedge into his face and from the left. Duval's made his score on the par 5s. He's 9 under on the par 5s, 1 under on the par 4s and 1 over on the 3s.
Well, you can look at it whatever way you want there. Very aggressive on the right-hand side, but touch unlucky. That could almost have been 6 feet for a birdie.
But he may fare to the 12th. Looks like he's just trying to fade it in with the wind. Well, it's a solid shot, but it needs to stop. That's fine. Well played.
Trying to hold the ball on an aircraft carrier runway, isn't it? Almost impossible. It was going to finish in the sea somewhere.
Yes. Not easy at all. That's a small target.
11th. This is Woozy for birdie. Long attempt. Seen many eagle attempts here. Come on, Woos. Oh, yes. Wow, how about that? Go, Woozy, go. Woozy back to 6 under. Even for the day.
And if you're just joining us, Ian Woosnam got a 2-shot penalty on the second tee for carrying an extra club in his bag. With the 2 at the first, he had to put a 4 on his card. So everyone delighted to see Woozy right back in it, especially his caddy.
Yes, those caddies currently being transported towards 7 of the local hospital.
th fairway. This is Darren Clark's going to be first to play his second shot in a divot, unfortunately. So there's a couple of bad breaks he's had. At the 12th, he could have got a nice shoot ahead, and that would have been nice to get nearer the pin at the 12th. And here at the 13th, another problem. Only 110 yards and a nice little wedge, probably just a sand wedge for Darren. Pin in an awkward position now.
3 and 17.
Efficient swinger, Darren. Quite short. Got a friend who swings it short and tight. Fletch, if you're watching, learn to play in a telephone box. Hope your back's better, mate.
Technique out of a divot, Mark?
Just nudge it out with the foot when no one's looking. Ken usually works for me, but in this situation that doesn't apply. I would move it back and beat down on it. Did you have any other way of playing it?
What is it all up? So make sure you hit the ball first. Easy to...
Spend about 100. Keep it just a shade left of the flag. Yeah.
Played that very nicely. Half a chance for a birdie.
Duval on 10.
Go in.
Lives in Jacksonville, Florida, near the Tournament Players Club there. They have brilliant practice facilities, chipping and putting facilities.
Jimenez going with a putter. Reasonably commercial.
Tenth hole. Bernhard Langer up the green. Didn't want to have another rush of blood on this one because it goes slightly down past the pin. Great view there. Just gave it a fraction too much, but a really good roll. He's going to have to just hit it a fraction closer with his irons.
Changed to a different ball at the start of this year and a new set of clubs, and since then he hasn't looked back, Bernhard.
That was Billy Mayfair on 12. So we've only seen 3 birdies on this par 3 hole today.
This would be a nice little save for Duval. He's shown a lot of adaptability with those little chips around the greens on this links course. Moving steadily along. Can't really see what he's thinking with those shades on.
Very sharp, bright blue eyes behind them.
He certainly seems to know what he's doing most of the time.
I think we should say well done to Paul Smith and his greenkeeping staff. Done a splendid job this week.
Comes the tee shot of Duval on 11. You could see him riding it a little bit because it was going right, but safely on the edge of the fairway. Birdie, birdie, birdie here on 11 for Duval. Well, someone of his length, and as Julian Tutt just said, 9 under for the par 5s this week.
Well, hold. Good threes. Stays 7 under. Couple behind.
Bernhard Langer clearly doesn't have David Duval's a length off the tee, but nonetheless he's birdied twice here, parred it the other time.
Signalling right, shouting 4. And I think it stopped short of where the spectators walk, so it'll be a
short
hack
of the
out.
spectator walk.
As Julian said, stopped short. Chopping out and going with a 9-iron wedge for his 3rd.
Billy Mayfair on 12 for par. Mayfair 1 under for the day, coming off a 6 on the 11th. Proved to be very costly at the end of the day. Three behind Duval, 5-time winner, as Ken Brown has already mentioned.
Price, sorry, over the back of the 13th green. Awkward shot. Should swing back from there a little bit. Very well played.
Was he at the 12? Dragged it a fraction left. Not a touch hard.
Really only got about 4 or 5 yards deep and wide an area to land it on that 12th to get it close. Darren Clark on 13.
Quite a big swing from the right. Just slightly overread it. Stays 2 behind. Who can put the final thrust in?
So the 67 of Nicholas Fast, the best score in the clubhouse. 7 under par for the championship. David Duval, 2 better than that, still out on the course with most of the back 9 still to play. And this is Sergio Garcia. Went out in 33. Began the day at 4 under. Needs to turn. And He's had one drop shot on the homeward 9, a 4 at the par 3 12th. Tap in there for par at 16. Now, Bernhard Langer in the rough off the tee on the 11th. Into the wind. All he could do, move it as far down the fairway as possible. Well, this 11th, the par 5, offering a definite birdie chance, but maybe not now for Bernhard Langer. And this is Nick Price. Was a par putt, and that's got away from him, and that'll be disappointing after a putt earlier on the 12th, which didn't drop for birdie. Now the championship leader, David Duval. He's had birdies on this hole throughout the championship. Second shot into the par 5 11th. Distracted by a little noise or movement from the gallery. Sort of very languid, comfortable swing. Fired that one off right into the front right side bunker. The pin position just 4 paces from the left hand edge of the green and some 45 feet on from the front edge, so there's a lot of green between him and the flag. Now Woosnam. It's a wonderful shot from the sand by Woosnam, and his troubles on the second tee when he picked up that 2-stroke penalty for having an extra club in his bag. Fading now into the distance. Now Billy Mayfair on the tee at the 13th. Now this is Langer with his faithful caddy Peter Coleman, who incidentally in earlier years used to caddy for Seve Ballesteros. But they've been together as a partnership for a long time. This will be his 3rd shot. Langer at 6 under.
Well, a little stunned about that. Langer's iron play is his strength, and that is way offline. Bernhard, I think, just a little frustrated. 10 pars today, no bogeys, no birdies.
Always stumbling blocks into stepping stone somehow or other.
Billy Mayfair down the left-hand side of the 13th, and an ideal angle to get at this pin. Cut 5 in from the right and just 17 yards on. His total yardage is 118 yards to go. Into the wind and from the right. A little punch shot. Just a little wedge.
Pick your spot up there.
Beautiful afternoon out here now. Almost cloudless sky.
Just a comfortable one.
Yes, he judged that tee shot perfectly, laid it up short of the left-hand traps, leaves a slightly longer pitch in. But he's in good shape to attack the pin with just a wedge.
Third shot for Duval on the 11th.
Well, the players have shown all week that they do have a good stance or a flat stance in these bunkers, that they are quite playable. Great shot there from Duval.
If he nudges that one in, it'll be 10 under for the par 5s this week.
Darren Clark, a perfect drive down the middle of the 14th fairway. Bit of breeze coming from the left. 123 to the front. That's the key number for him, because as we've seen all week, this green runs, the ball runs away from front to back very quickly. Just a wedge.
Oh, Darren.
A touch safer than he was imagining.
Jimenez from the middle of the 13th, just cutting in a wedge into this right pin position. 113 yards for him, holding quite well against the breeze.
This is Langer's great strength around the greens. He's brilliant. Tough chip though.
He's got his work cut out for him for his 11th par in a row as Langer. His playing partner David Duval got a chance to go 3 in front. And I'm going to leave you now and give you the familiar voice of Peter Ellis.
He's the familiar figure of Ernie Els, who's 5 under. This to go 6 under.
Seen a lot of lipped out putts this week. What do you reckon to that, Peter? It's amazing. Sometimes, some courses that just happens. Other courses you just see everything diving in. Moving over to the 11th, and Bernhard Langer after that slightly steamy chip. He's got this one back up and over. Slope on the edge of the green for his for his par. He chopped out of the rough, of course. It is third right of the green. That's a very bad 6 for Bernhard. Drops him back into a tie for 7th at -5.
Lauren Roberts now at the 18th. He's just gone 4 at the 15th. So 3 at the 17th, I should say, and this one is in it. Well, wait a minute, 4, 3, 3, and that's 4 rounds of 70 for Lauren Roberts. And what would some folk down there give for that finish today? 4, 3, 3.
Now back to our leader, David Duval. Beautiful bunker shot, and he converts that for another birdie. So David Duval hits double figures. He's 10 under par for the championship. That's the first time that's been achieved this week.
13th green, Miguel Ángel Jiménez, and this to break out of the tie at -7. Close the gap on David Duval. Starting to look ominous, a 3-stroke lead. That's a lovely cut. Well done. Mechanico. call him.
Well, you have him on the leaderboard now at 8 under and just 2 behind Duval, but you only need one little mistake on this links, one wrong bunker shot, one bad stance, and 2 shots can be wiped away just like that as we watch Darren Clarke here at the 14th. And again, another beautiful putt, just leaves a small tap in, but it's birdies that Darren needs now, not just pars. He stays at 7 under.
He may fan out the 13th for a birdie. Duval now coming to the dangerous stretch of holes. He's been chased, but now people will be looking for mistakes or a bit of good fortune, a mixture of all sorts. Not an easy hole, this, the 12th. The last of the par 3s.
Well, so far this week, David Duval has been -9 on the front 9 and 1 on the back 9. And in Maynooth, there's been 1 on the front 9 and 7 on the back 9.
188 to the pin, which is only 9 over the bunker. And this last pair have just gone on the clock on 11th. Perhaps no great surprise that, with Lang having a bit of trouble.
For the viewer at home, that means they're playing a little too slowly, and some ruthless official is following them with a stopwatch. And that's a horrible feeling when you're playing a round of golf, more so when you're the last group out in the open, but it has to be done.
Quiet, please.
Well, that ball dropped into the bunker. I was making the point of the deep bunkers. If you get the wrong stance, the wrong angle, you can lose 2 shots just like that. Here's Bernhard Langer. Pyramids to the left, bit of hospitality across there, but nobody's worried about that. From here, that bunker on the extreme right of the green, the pin, you can see just fluttering above it. Sunday position. As tight a position as you could ever have on this green.
Doesn't look as though he's rushing, does he, Alex, through being on the clock? I think he's just doing his normal thing. Scrupulous in matters of getting ready to hit the ball.
Well, he played away wide from the bunker that protected the flag, and he's got a long bunker shot from there. It all depends now how Duval's ball is lying.
Menez, 14th.
Woosnam at 13. That looked no more than an 8 iron. And that's a magnificent shot from Woosnam. And what a brave, courageous fight back this is.
Mayfair at the 14th. Alongside Jimenez today, who's found the bunker down the right-hand side. Oh, the old Gravers are at work already. Do you think they dare just sort of limbering up? A bit early, perhaps, to start chipping away. But the way Duval has been striking the ball today, might be. Well, we'll have to just wait. I think we'll start operations just yet. Very skillful.
At least Seve Ballesteros won't win this year, Peter. He has to start a week early for that.
Don't know how he ever got the cup ready for that presentation, but here you see it's beautiful round so far from Duval.
To the 16th, and Parnevik, chance for an eagle 3 at this 16th hole. And he's driven the green once again, as he did last evening. 359 yards this hole. Now it goes right to left and left to right. And the caddy went left to right on that last few rolls. Well done, Jesper. Twice he's finished second, once fourth in this great championship.
This will take a bit of skill. He's on a down slope. Going to run.
Well, that was almost as good as he could possibly do. If we give him half a dozen shots, he might have got one a bit nearer. Nearly hit the flag.
Green in Woosnam's birdie putt. Like a lot of players, needs to hole a couple of 25-footers. You're not going to want to be worse than 8 under, I don't think. It's a good roll. Beauty. Moving, 7 under. Those legs will be working away again.
Interesting there, Mark. It was a marker almost directly in his line from his companion there, and he just left it there. He didn't move it to the side, putted out, and went round it. Very good putt, well judged.
Jimenez down the last of the bunkers on the right-hand side of 14. I really don't think he can get to the green, 165 yards, but must make certain he doesn't get any more bunkers further down this fairway. He's played out safely.
Well, we've seen many players trying to achieve a lot from those bunkers and hitting the faces. We watch Darren.
Second shot, 15th. Beautifully struck long iron. And he's hit a good drive too. And you can't have 2 better shots than that, really. Just needs a bit of luck.
Duval for a par at the 12th. No. No, that just tightens things up a little bit. He drops back to 9. 9 under. Just 1 stroke ahead of him. There's possibly going to drop a stroke at the 14th. Almost to the day, the 50th anniversary of Max Faulkner's victory in this championship at Royal Portrush, 1951. I was privileged to be there. Bernhard Golf Club are doing him proud, the big dinner and affair down there. Max is playing. I hope you're having a good time down there, Max, and all your chums say send you best wishes.
Well, Bernhard Langer from his bunker shot got the putt, made a 3. And he's picked up a shot on Duval.
Awkward shot for Billy Mayfair, he's second on the 14th. He's on a slight downslope, and that's going to add to the strength of the club. He's got 155 yards to go, just 140 to the front, and this green tends to run away from the players. Pin behind the right bunker.
No good for distance. Had an email saying, what does pin high mean? It means level with the flag. It means you're the sort of perfect distance. You're not in the hole. You're whatever distance you are, left and right, but level with the hole. Now here's a good week's work for this man, Des Smith. For his par at the final hole. Well done, Des. 47 years of age. 2 birdies, 2 drop strokes at 71. Excellent play. 74, 65, 70, 71.
They're in 15th spot, and of course for next year the top 15 in this year's championship will be exempt, so that was a big putt to make for Des.
his companion for the round, Billy Andrade of the United States. And that also a 4, and that also a 71 and 4 under.
A third shot for Jimenez on the 14th. Strong wind from the left, 120 yards to go. Just a wedge.
It's a good shot, just lacked a bounce. We haven't seen Monty for a while. He's 1 over for the day, still 4 under. Dropped 1 at 15. Joe Ogilvy, the American, 1 under for the championship, just taken 7 on the 15th. So things starting to clear up a little.
Now this little putt is for a birdie for Parnevik, who drove the par 4, 16. Still only 3 off the lead.
Well, Lauren Roberts finished 3-3, so it can be done. Interesting how people see shots differently. Bernhard with an iron from the tee. We've seen this green driven several times during the week. We've seen the 16th driven twice by Parnevik. This is okay as long as you don't put it in one of those early bunkers.
Just seemed to die and stalled on the wind. He's come up well short and much left of where he wanted to be.
Playing extremely safe there. It's 230 odd yards to that first trap on the left from the tee. Bernhard's only hit that about 190, but at least it's not in a bunker, so that's a positive. Duval trying to do what Langer was trying to do. And that's fine, laying well back, dead safe.
Very interesting swing of Duval's. This is a big putt.
Yes, Darren Clark, this time about 18 feet. Broad stance, beautiful smooth stroke, aiming for about a foot of break right to left. He's not given it enough. You could almost tell from the moment that he hit it, he was perhaps not convinced that it would come back. Another par. A par where birdies are needed and all opportunities must be taken if he's going to win this championship. It's such a tight affair right now. Had he knocked that in, he'd only be 1 shot behind the leader. And he knows it. He's missed about 3 in the last hour of that distance.
14th green, long putt for Mayfair. Cheers are ringing out all around the course. Mayfair 6 under, 3 behind.
Monty, this is the 16th, I think, 17th. All right. Oh, what a lovely touch! Oh no! Oh, wonderful! Wow, hands of a surgeon there to do that. Brilliant. That was for a par, incredibly.
Takes Colin to 5 under.
Langer's ball actually is lying pretty well. He's in the very burnt sort of rough, so I think he should be able to get some grip on the ball, and it's into wind anyway, so there shouldn't be a great deal of run on it.
22, yeah.
There appeared to be a dark object.
Can you turn all mobile phones off, please? Thank you.
It wasn't mine.
Miguel Angel, this is for his par at 14, to going in that right-hand trap. Oh, it's a good attempt, but just died off at the hole. So he goes back to 7. Duval has a 2-shot lead again.
At least being over on that side, Langer has the advantage of a good line into the pin over on the right-hand side, and it's down in a little valley, so if he gets it close, it should gather in towards the pin.
Great shot.
Go right. Kick right. Kick right. Okay, thanks everyone.
Well, that's a fairly good recovery from Bernhard Langer to the green. And as Peter was saying, you can hear the cheers, people being welcomed onto every green, not just the 18th.
Langer to Duval. Second shot. Anything pitching short of this hole has tended to stop and spin back. So you're pitching into an upslope from this distance. I think we've seen too many go past this hole. Our leader by 2 from Nicholas Fast, who's in the clubhouse, having gone round in 67. Just got on the top of the bank, and that's left him a very honourable putt. Excellent judgment of distance.
To the 14th and Billy Mayfair. Another return putt. And he's got that one. He's really having a crack at every first putt. He hasn't left any of them short.
Wilson at the 18th, playing with Sergio. So the putt coming back for a 71. And Sergio is just 1 under today, 5 under for the championship.
Ian Woosnam. Second to the 14th.
Be good.
He likes it.
Be good.
He's staring it down at the pin. Get up. Oh, yes, good shot. Because he's rolling now. And I've got to close the gap.
And whatever he finishes mark, everybody's going to subtract 2 as we go to the 18th. And Sergio Garcia at 5 under, 1 under for this round. Putt for 69. That's a good putt. It was the perfect line. It was just a little too firm. Two very talented people on this green. This young man has a great future in golf. Sometimes says a few things that he might regret as he gets older and thinks back about what he did.
Yes, he's had a touch of foot-in-mouth disease, hasn't he, Alex?
Darren Clarke in the rough, quite deep rough, but it's sitting better than he might have expected here on the 16th. He's got himself 140 yards to go, which it really isn't what he wants here at all. I'm quite surprised in the circumstances he didn't have a little shy at this green, which Nick Price did, and put it into the bunker right next to the flag. A good shot, but Darren's got a tough shot down here to stop it out of here.
You see the flag there? Just above of the dry grass. What a shot, what a magnificent shot from Darren. And just the glazed green allowing it to slide past. Wonderful recovery there from that thick rough. Out to the cigar.
When do you think the size of a cigar becomes an artificial aid? You know, you can test the direction of the wind with a good old strong puff, or you can lay it on the ground and line up with your drives on it, or what?
Smoke signals, I think.
Smoke signal, all sorts of stuff. Langer at the 13th.
Goosen finishing off with a par. A good solid championship. Finishes at 4 under, in 14th place at the moment.
And he's had a few good weeks' work, hasn't he? In the US Open, the Scottish Open. Now David Duval, after that fine iron shot in here at the 13th, it's, well, if there's an easy hole on the course, you would say this one, although many get in trouble. But this is for a 3. It's a good putt. You see putts heading for the hole here, and it's just a question of the speed. They allow the right line. But all of those that have seemed to die just the distance to the cup have been the ones that have got into the hole. Others have spun out sheer edges on this links turf.
Sergio finishing off at the 18th. '70 it is. Well played. Here's Woosnam for a birdie. Discovered he had an extra club in his bag when he got on the second tee, having nearly held his tee shot to a 2-stroke penalty. But he's battled back amazingly well. This to go to 8 under. Oh, we thought it was turning, but it wasn't. I'm sure there'll be much written about this extra club. It's very easy to blame the caddy or the player, but usually they have someone on the tee who takes a survey of all the clubs that are used, and a right number of people checking all sorts of bits and pieces. I'm amazed it slipped through the net.
Yes, I think they only do that on the first day, Peter. That's, we'll have to review that. As we move to Parnevik, 17th.
Well, rather like the faux pas with Harrington's card at the Belfry when it wasn't signed correctly, when there were enough people in there to check these things out. Woosnam finishing off at the 14th. 2 beautiful shots he played in there, and it so nearly got a birdie. Who was 1 under for today.
David Duval at 14. Is that right? Is that gone to trouble? Oh dear. That sounded awful. I think it hit.
That caught him right on the knees. I think fell in the red pants.
Yes, it did.
Clever of him to wear red pants. It covers up the blood.
Attracts the bulls.
Darren Clark for his birdie on 16. Yes, Well done. Right in there now with Duval in trouble. He deserved that one, and he deserves a couple more.
Yes, he's had lots of putts. I can think of at least 10 that just skimmed past the hole.
Final group into the famous 5. Don't know what Indy Blyton would have made of it, but Lang has played the last 5 holes here in 1 under, and Duval in 2 over so far, and he started back in a spot of bother.
Go, David.
Good night from Langer.
Start down the left edge. Why do you look after that?
Because it wasn't cutting much, that's why.
The wind was off the left.
Been together now for 40 years. It don't seem a day too. What are you doing here, Monty? Too. 4 for 72. That one for 72 for Colin.
Now Darren Clark, who's moved very close. That was an unusual flight there, a nice long, low running hoop, but it doesn't want to run any further. What a shame. You could just see the overspin on that ball, just heading it straight towards the sand.
He probably thinks it's okay as well.
Only else, 2 lovely shots to 18. This to go to 6 under. Yes, well done. Tapping into tie for 6th. And a good solid championship for Ernie. No fireworks.
Ian Woosnam. Well, he drove that ball with a straight-bladed club. And it winds its way down to the little hollow. I think that's pretty good.
I think he's striking the ball as well as he ever has. 72 for Colin. Just another championship slip there. So near and yet so far. Maybe it was all, but it just was not to be. Tied for 14th at the moment.
Interesting little bit of banter going on between Duval and the Mancunian solicitor, whose right knee was hit. He's got a ball. He was threatening to send, but thought Duval probably wasn't worth the money anyway. The problem though for Duval now is that the wind is hard off the left. He's got a severe hanging line. In other words, the ball is well below his feet, which is going to encourage a left to right flight. And he tends to hit it left to right anyway. So he's going to have to go in this quite a long way left, particularly with the pin tucked away behind a bunker.
Go ahead, David.
Chase it. Fairway's firm. Plenty of chase, and he's avoided the bunker.
He looks like the coolest man in the arena. He's had one bogey in the last couple of holes. Over to the other side. Julian, what about this one from Bernhard?
Super drive, perfect position down the left-hand side. He can see the base of the pin just about. 141 to the front. Either a very smooth 8 or a good 9.
And that's a good shot from Bernhard Langer. Very good shot indeed. Well, it's still anyone's championship. There's no question about it. Nicholas Faston at 7 under. He can do nothing more but wait and watch and wonder.
Miguel Angel Jimenez, he's been in a bunker on this hole. You don't go far from those. Splashed it out, hit it onto there, and just got to take the medicine sometimes. Make your bogey.
The fencing there down the right-hand side of 18, and there you see on the other side of it Jesper Parnevik. Now, it's all well worn and walked away across there, and Jesper is 6 under for the championship, 1 under for this round, and I think he's going to elect to play it. He can't have the fencing removed.
Quickly though to Mayfair for a par at the 15th. Easy there. That just slices across the ball. And he does it time and time again.
Now you see him, this ball, he is within 4 lengths of the fence. He could go over the fence at no penalty, but he'd be dropping it into grass about 15 inches deep. But he has no way of removing any fencing. He's going to take it on, and it's got a tight lie, which means he can get backspin. If he chooses the right club, he might take on that flag position.
Those spectators may well get a mouthful of dust in a minute.
Peter, this looks no more than a 7-iron. No, he doesn't like it. He may have turned it over, may have pulled it away. There it is, yeah. He had to hold it up, he knew that, but he was worried of the bunker's front right. The last minute, a little bit of right hand came in, and now he's in trouble on the left.
Jimenez cleaning up for his bogey. 2 bogeys in a row, though. Sliding down.
Found the bunker from the tee as Clark is in a horrible place here. Tactical mistake from the tee. Did it too far. Tried to get it to hook, but he's over there into the crowd on the left. Up in there somewhere, I think, at top of the grandstand. Up there. He looks happy, but this could be the end of his championship hopes here. Remember my old pal David Thomas coming here with 2 4s to win the championship. Beautiful drive, hit a 7-iron, a little bit heavy, came up 5 or 6 yards short of the green. Took 3 more to get down from there, tied with Peter Thompson.
Hold your line.
He is a man who's hitting the ball quite beautifully. But he's tugged it, hold your line, he said, and that's dived in. Ooh. He struck the ball so majestically today.
David Duval, front left on the 14th. That was a pretty good second out of the cabbage over there. Just be rolling this one up to the hole side. And that's the job well done on this hole. Barring accidents, that's another par tucked away.
grandstand is where Darren Clarke's ball flew. If it stayed up there, then there's no problem, because he would get into one of the dropping zones. You have several dropping zones. And Mike Houston's down there. Tell us, Michael, what's happening?
Well, we've had a bit of fun and games around here, because out of the fairway bunker, unfortunately, Darren got it rather close to the pipe on the club and hit it into the crowd, into the big gallery, into the big grandstand on the right. And he's now, Mike Shea, the referee from the USPGA, has put him into the nearest dropping zone to where the ball crossed the impediment.
Yes, we could see the white paint around it. Bernhard Langer. Right to left break on this putt. He's read it. Yes, he has. That's a beautiful putt for Langer. And that birdie takes Bernhard to 6 under through the 14th.
Clarke's third, 70th hole, 71st hole. Come on, now, don't go in there. '17th and 18th here have been the graveyard of many over the years.
Duval tapping in for his par. 2.5 feet though. Oh, he looks rock solid. Moving serenely on.
Ian Woosnam in a dreadful spot. Down there. Oh, and he nearly... Well, he needed to hit the flag really with that at the 15th. That's a lush spot. There's nothing dried out down there. Thick and damp. Well, as all the matches close in on the last handful of holes, you can expect the noise. All the spectators, thousands and thousands of them gather. And here, Peter, a little bit of a mistake with the third shot, eh?
Well, the tee shot was the one that caused the problems, Alex, wasn't it? He just hit it too far. That saved him a longer putt. Dabbed down on it, came up, rattled, almost pitched straight in the hole. That had just been a touch either way, that could have jammed in the hole. And funnily enough, there's almost a little anticlimactic feeling around the course at the moment. Duval's leading by 2, with Clarke doing what he's doing here. Jimenez having dropped a couple of strokes. That's his second up to the 16th. Woosnam in trouble. And the challengers are just easing the way for Duval a little bit, although he wouldn't know that.
Well, here he is. This swing, quite unique swing. Oh, unique by all means, but that's another wayward tee shot, so even the pressure getting to him. Down the 15th.
It could be in heavy rough, decent rough, or bunker.
Arnovic at 18 for a bogey. Just second into the sand. Double class 71 today. -5. 279 for the championship.
Fulker's had a nightmare of a day, though. He's gone from tied for 6th place to from 6th to 64th. 13 over par today. Fulker had a nightmare.
Keep him away from sharp objects and ropes, I think, Peter.
Absolutely, he's had a dreadful day. So's he. So's he. Suddenly, all caused by hitting his tee shot 10 yards too far. Where's the cigar? plenty to think about as he moves to the next tee now.
Now back to Ian Woosnam at 15. Having hacked it from that rough, nearly caught the pin. And they're all becoming very aggressive and taking chances in order to produce some result. And as so often happens, the reverse becomes the case.
Way down there, Duval, our leader, is off the fairway. Julian?
Ball's not lying too badly in that he can get a club on it, but it's in that very strong wispy grass that wraps around the club head, so there's a real danger of squirting it left. There's no way he can get up from there. He's still got 211 to the front, so he really just got to lay up, find the fairway.
Back to Woosie's, this was bogey. Okay, still in there. Plenty to play for. Finished top 4, he'll be zooming up the Ryder Cup points into the top 10, I think. So, still got a knuckle down.
Duval. Just knock it down. There are bunkers across the fairway.
Good strength, babe.
Maybe a little left. No, he's got it in the position there. Oh my word, he's chased it on the green. Well, that deserves to win the championship. He's chewing the cut.
I'll never say he can't do anything again. That's outrageous.
Quite outrageous. One good thing about him, he looks the same whether he's playing well or badly, whether it's sunny or rainy. I'd like to know what he eats chewing. It's like that sort of Kendall cake. Well, that was a wonderful shot from Duval.
Bernhard Langer, as ever, course management top class. Down the right-hand side with the pin back left, 190 to the front. Ball just a little bit above his feet and on a slight upslope, so he'll need to take a little bit more club than he would if it was lying flat.
Darren Clark down the last. Oh, he'll be ruining that 17th. Langer now, second shot. Duval in about 15 feet away, in 2. No, they've all suddenly decided to let's be nice to David Day. And he's played a couple of excellent shots. Very few poor, silly shots from Duval today. And unless something very untoward happens to him, it looks as if he's very much in the driving seat.
Mayfair at the 16th. Pretty well judged. The title is certainly in Duval's hands.
Yeah, there was so much excitement about an hour ago. It was so tight. And then some couple of mistakes, bit of bad luck, a couple of careless shots. And suddenly Duval There's a 3-shot lead on Nicholas Vath, who's finished an hour and a half ago.
Half a Jimenez. The 16th. On the last 4 holes in this golf course, there are 62 bunkers. So there's a lot of things that could happen on the last few holes to Duval. It's certainly not in the bag yet. But I have to say that approach to the 15th was brilliant.
Woozy now. He's got 121 yards to the flag, 95 to the front, the pin back 26. Really needs a birdie now. Shame about 15, but it's still 3 holes to make up for that.
Quiet there, please.
Flag just 3 places from the left edge of the green. Beautiful, magnificent shot.
He struck the ball handsomely today, and of course the 2-stroke penalty on the second tee, having nearly held his tee shot at the first, to find that you've got an extra club in your bag, soul destroying.
You like this? What else do you think?
Mickey Price in the rough on the right of the 18th here, not good at all. He's got, I don't know whether he's going to be able to get there even with it. He's got 160 yards to go, something pretty lofted to run it and run it and run it, because it's pretty hard now, this fairway in front of the green.
Just got a few stalks of grass behind the ball. It's going to make this very difficult. Straight along the ground, impossible.
Langer's pitch to the 15th, 3rd shot.
This I don't think is as bad as it looks. The ball's lying okay, and as I've said before, normally he's so good at these little shots around the green.
Now Woo just holds onto the green, it rolls into a little hollow there.
Darren Clark second at 18, 156 to go in the middle of the fairway yet again.
Well, unfortunately, dragged it away. Poor shot, hit the bank and threw it towards the flag.
Needs a birdie to tie with Fast.
Strange last hour or so, Ken.
Yes, all gladiators battling it out, suddenly making it a little easier for David Duval. Clark's nasty 6 at the 17th.
Ever in the heat of battle, Houston. Or is it Mark O'Meara? No, it's Houston.
Concentrating, Darren. If you pop that in, you can still take the title.
Meanwhile, back at the 15th, Langer for a par. Asking a lot to hold this one, but he's doing well. It's just too wide. A good tee shot from Bernhard, but not a particularly good second, and that'll be at best a 5.
of Ryder Cup points at stake. And they would love to be at the Belfry come September.
For a birdie here at the treacherous 15th. That was a bold one.
Woosnam for a birdie. If he can line this one up, get the line right. He's still with a shout. This for a birdie. Go on, go on, go on. Well done. Fantastic effort.
Safely in. Saves it 10 under. 3 ahead of Woosnam. Nicholas Fast is already in the clubhouse, 7 under.
And Clark to get to that number. This green a little bit quicker than some of the others. Very shiny. Oh no! Same as Nicholas Fast.
Boy, he's had some touch of the knees today.
Today to go with 70, 69, 69. Terrific performance from Darren Clark. What might have been.
Duval. Perfect. We've seen this hole driven several times this week. Part of it drove it today and yesterday. Tiger also.
Starting a long way right, Mayfair's second to the long par 4 17th. Comes roaring back. The only way you can tell how close the ball's gone to the hole is by the reception you get of the crowd.
So good. That got a hard bounce. Still going. It's a long way, 20, 30 yards past Duval.
One iron off the 17th tee for Ian Woosnam.
Go for it. Yeah!
Safely on the short grass, that's the vital thing.
Yes, he's quite a long way back, but at least he's on the fairway.
seconds ago. This was Jimenez, second.
Ande vas. Here. No, pega bien.
Started right, I think it stayed there. Little cutty bunker, that one. Very rarely get a flat line.
We'll go down, do the second.
So just 2.5 holes left in this championship. Will there be more drama? Duval with a 3-stroke lead in the middle of the fairway at the 16th. You'd have to say in a very commanding position. Well, it's been a very good championship. We've had fine crowds. Perhaps we would have liked, these hard men would like a bit more breeze, but it wasn't to be.
Playing out a smart car. Playing most of his golf this year on the US Tour.
132 left to the pin for Duval. He must not go left or long. Just find the middle of the green.
Amazing how his head moves as the club comes to the ball. And he's played conservatively into the front middle of the green. Played a very cool round of golf today, and yesterday played quite beautifully. His round yesterday. He started, here he goes. Wonder what would happen when he's almost got it finished in there. Oh, I can't bear thinking about that, Ken. Hey?
I had a look at the trophy this morning. That the very, very small letters he engraves on it, you can hardly see them.
Beautifully done. Great skill.
Bernhard has got 105 left to the pin on 16, and of course he will feel he's got to attack this. Such a dangerous pin to attack there.
Perfect sand wedge distance, though. Perfect. Langer at 5 under, though. Who can still win? Fast can still win. Woosnam can still win. Mayfair and Jimenez, they're both 6 under. I suppose they're still good.
Jimenez, though, has this putt for a par. This to stay at 6 under. Well played. Ryder Cup possibilities of him, Ken, too.
No doubt about it. Played so well last time.
16th green, the final pair.
I wouldn't say this is the easiest 2-putt. Very fast the last 8 feet down over the hill.
It's quite a big shoulder, isn't there? The caddy marching up is just coming over the top of it now, between there, coming off the back of that bunker.
Quickly back to Mayfair. It went. 6 under, he stays.
Duval's third shot at the 16th over the ridge. Very good putt. Expression never changes. And he's decided to go to putt out.
Never won a major. He must be feeling a little nervous.
Safely negotiated, just 2 to go. And they'll have a 3-stroke lead.
Centre crane and the right crane.
Yeah.
Where do you see it? More
it's
centre or left of
the
that?
flag is on that crane on the right angle. The flag.
Yeah.
I was going to start over this push together. That's
the little bush.
Yeah, this bush.
The first, yeah. Yeah, okay.
With the wind.
Yeah, well the wind's right to left now, fairly strong.
Over this bush, I think.
Yeah. Okay, good swing.
Woosy's taken a long time to work out the line on this one. He's got 213 yards. The wind's into right to left. He's got a very good chance here. If he just lands it right to the pin, the wind's going to help his ball.
Oh, be good. Be good.
You just shoved it a little bit. Players don't see anything from back there. Now, he can't believe that there's no applause at the green end.
I think he's picked the wrong line, Peter.
Yeah. Too far right.
Hang on to keep his slim chances going. Lovely 3, 6 under.
Yes. Mayfield's already driven. That's a good one from Pinnacle. So just 3 games left out on the course now. Into the 18th, and the giant scoreboards on either side, which have been manned so well by the young men from the public schools, Cranley, Charterhouse, Giggleswick, etc. I think from there. The headmaster's retiring, or the man responsible for a lot of the golf at Giggleswick, Tony Hillard. Done great work, so your young men are very thankful you took such an interest in their golf. Send their thanks and wish you well. Still got that spring in his step, but he can't believe, Ken, that he missed that green by, what is he, 10, well, must be 15, 18 yards wide of the flag.
You have to pick your line on one of the trees behind the green or the cranes, and he obviously just didn't choose the right line.
Inevitably, of course, Bernhard Langer going with the driver here into the wind on 17. He's made par on here every round so far. And after that excellent birdie on the 16th, he can just finish with a couple of pars. He'll do his cause no end of good.
Lauren Roberts finished 3-3. What he wouldn't give to do that.
Always keep your eye on the ball. That first bounce, so important. Nice friendly one, right in the fairway, right half of it.
Fairways here are relatively flat compared to some links or championship courses that are played. Now Duval.
Okay. By driving down the left-hand side, it really does shorten this hole out. A couple of key shots yet to play.
Woosnam's third shot. Very disappointed because he thought he played a really good second shot into this green. Just picked the wrong line.
Billy Mayfair just hanging on to the right-hand edge of the 18th. 153 yards to the pin, just 129 to the front. Wind against and from the left. Little 8-iron.
Going to get absolutely adjacent to the flag, you'd have to keep the ball between the bunkers and the flag there, but it started right and stayed there. Just seemed to hop in as well, feet, it might have plugged.
Yes. 10 yards out. Woosnam for a par at the 17th. He and Darren Clark have had a few of those last 2 days.
Jimenez has found the 18th fairway.
Ahora, Very
commercial. Well, back to tie Nicholas Fasting. Well, not Ian Woosnam anymore because he's just dropped a shot. Cejka 3 over today, 3 under. His chances went on the front line.
Did I ever tell you about the time he caddied for me when David Thomas and I opened the Hill Valley Golf Club in Shropshire? He was, I know he was about 15. He lives to tell the story that Dave and I played, and it was a lovely day, and I had a huge bag. Albert Minshaw was the boss, and I rewarded him, I think, with 2 of the golf balls that I'd played with. So he thought I was a mean monkey then. He probably still thinks I am, but he was a tough little guy then, and he's showing his... The toughness is still there. I think he's played wonderfully well today. Cejka has the honour. Trouble. I don't think he'll have a cut at it with the driver, would he?
Well, he's enjoyed this 1 iron, but I think he's really got to try and force a birdie out of this hole if he can.
No, he's got the iron out. Let's hope he hits a good one. And he has threaded it between the bunkers, and that's good position. Dixon, the only amateur, finished with a 74, very respectable total of 285.
Langer second to 17, wind off the right, 182 to the pin.
Oh, what a shot. It's not going to hold, is it? Isn't that Dave Thomas territory?
No, he was short. Dave was short. He hit the 7 iron a bit heavy. The front of the green, and took a putter and 3 more to get down, and that was it, tied with Thompson. Mayfair now, little soft bunker shot. Coming down the hill very awkward.
Just about left television mast if he wants to go straight forward.
3-shot lead, finding the green. Really now just the 18th to worry about. This is the final game, and it's traditional that once the players have hit their second shots to the final hole, the crowd come onto the fairway, and the stewards do their very best just to hold them back. But up ahead at the green, Mayfair for a par 4. This is for 70.
Prize money here this week, £600,000 going to the winner. And there's how it looks Duval leads by 3. There's only one critical shot left. That's his tee shot off the 18th.
Woosnam second to the last.
All right.
Notice there's no 3 wood in that bag. Obviously went to the practice round thinking, am I going to take the 1 iron or the 3 wood? And unfortunately left them both in there.
Cejka second. Big drive. He's couple over all that's happening. And that was his 3rd shot. He rode into the bunker. And a little bit of good fortune there. Well struck ball, but to land where it did, those are the sort of bits of good fortune you need to have.
Big cheer just putting Duval off at the 18th. Beautiful judgment. Had a few good breaks or bits of good fortune on the front 9 holes, but we're under control now.
Yes, Duval has played beautifully, and then we had that patch the last sort of, well, about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago now, where the main challengers all just creaked and groaned a bit. And of course Ian here had the 2-stroke penalty after 1 hole first. He's battled back from that manfully. Without that, he would have been 8 under at this point, still 2 behind, but well, we never know what would have happened. It was just one of those things that shouldn't have happened, but did. Having a quick check on the scoreboard there, he sees if he were to hole it, he'd tie with Nicholas Fast for 2nd place. If he were to 3-putt, on the other hand, well, Ranger's still coming up behind. He could still, with him, I mean, he could still pip him if he holed. But it's 2 putts at worst for Ian. That little shoulder from coming off the bunker affects this at all, or do you think that's just up the right side a bit? Ken, what do you fancy of this?
Oh, I think it does affect it a little bit. We've seen those ones are fast, and Darren Clark's just 1 to left at the hole side. With this would time for 2nd position.
Good pace. Just even at that pace, it just swung by.
Putt of a Langer. Just kissing David Duval's mark on the way by.
Cejka. That's a very fighting fall. Over in the bunker. 73 for Alex. Very shaky start, but from there on played very well. Now this could be very costly, Ken.
And it's also a really horrible one. Shiny bit of green, hard baked. Well, my fingers are crossed.
Well done.
Today, he was 3 over par after the opening 4 holes, which included a 2-shot penalty for an extra club. Terrific performance. 300, he played the holes from there on. Signing the ball to give to someone, probably not his caddy.
Langer, 4 at 17th. Stays at 6 under. A birdie at the last for him. Taken into a tie with Nicholas Fast for second.
Goodness gracious. That went right down the hole.
So that's how it stands with Duval, a 3-stroke lead, 1 hole to play. Langer can still sneak ahead of that gang at 6 under, finish second with Nicholas Fast. But David has the great luxury of having a 3-stroke lead on this final hole.
I always go back to Tony Jacklin. Remember when he won here?
I do indeed, yes. He hit a beautiful drive down the final hole. The contrasting colour of the grass where the spectators have been and the teeing ground. Won't take too long to recover. A little bit of rain and a bit of warm sunshine. It's amazing.
Peter, I was just thinking, David Duval, about this time last year, was in the process of self-destructing in the road hole bunker when he had a chance of tying second at the Open at St Andrews and took about 47 to get out and fell back to 11th place. So maybe he's obviously forgotten about that, and justice is being done this time.
Put that camera away,
I wonder what
please.
it'll take off the tee. You could hit a 5-iron, a 1-iron, a 3-wood or a driver.
I reckon he might give it a crack with a driver.
Langer can get to 8 under if he holds his second shot.
Yes, true. And if Duval lost his ball, he could be the winner. He could suddenly win the championship. Like an old dog found a place to settle. Not the driver, Ken.
As Chingy used to say, the old harpoon.
The old harpoon, the man in the moon. Spoon. Perfect now, but it only just got past that bunker on the right. I don't know whether it would if it had been aimed at it. Now, what does Mr. Duval do? Give it the big driver. Smash it. Yeah. Aim it down those bunkers on the left. Slide it. Said all those years ago. Security, security. And soon as the players get far enough down, the crowds will come onto the fairway and come down to the edge of the green. How many times have we seen players lost in the great melee as they got close to the 18th green game? Arnold Palmer lost his shoe. Jacqueline, I think, lost his shoe.
This always takes me back to 1980 when I was trying and pairing with Tom Watson. It was a real cavalry charge. It's a scramble for everyone to get through.
And you can see there's a ring of spectators already up 60 or 70 yards short of the green, and they'll part through the middle to let the players through. There's the umbrella going up to show the stewards at that end where the players are. And I think Duval just beginning to relax a little bit and realise that he is going to be this year's champion. Greg Owen, who gave us so much pleasure, and with a 73 today, 282 total. Very well played. Great week for him. This is where it gets a bit claustrophobic. Through without a mark.
Better than last year,
yeah.
So far.
Terrific scenes, record crowds, well, big crowds all week. Must be up there around the 40,000 again today.
66s today from Bob Estes and Mikko Ilinen. 60s Davis Love, Kevin Sutherland, Faust all 67, and Duval a 4 for a 67 also.
45 to there.
The course this week has been beautifully set up. Weather's been kind.
Now Bernhard's got a long way to go. You see the left-hand turret of the clubhouse and the 3 sort of windows looking at us. That turret's a good line for him, Ken, from here, isn't it? Doesn't want to flirt down the right side.
No, there's no prizes for drifting down the right at all. Difficult to get down in 2 from there.
145. I think so.
Wind slightly into off the left.
Better off hitting that hard and trying to hit the other one soft. Let's say that.
Just between clubs and going for the shorter one. A bit easier to work the ball from right to left if you're hitting it hard.
Little white circle on the fairway denotes a yardage from the. They take it from to the front of the green, Ken, don't they? White, blue, red, whatever they are.
Yeah, the dot is to the front, then you add the pin on.
Yep. Nice shot. 2 putts for 71 for Leonard. I don't think much can go wrong now.
Everybody down.
Brilliant at these shots as well.
Come on, guys.
Low fly, drills in with a little bit of cut spin.
Come on, quiet, please. Quiet, please. Hold stand still. Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
Okay, let everybody settle down here, Dave. 89.
Come on, everybody, quiet!
Next knocks his caddy.
No, it's not. Just good for one of those parties.
Practically a riot down here. There's so much shouting going on. Poor guy hasn't got a chance of playing. They've settled now.
Quiet, please.
Shot of a champion. The champion fighting to wake his way through the crowd. Duval's name by the time the presentation ceremony happens in 5-10 minutes time.
Just getting David Duval to move his marker out of his line. Not quite sure exactly how the ball's going to break. Don't forget to put it back, David.
Langer has this putt to tie with Nicholas Fuss for second place. Otherwise there'll be 6 of them tied. And then of course David Duval will take first prize, Fuss the second, and then 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8th prizes will all be added together, and each one of those players will have an equal share. This is worth a lot of money, this putt.
Come on, Bernhard!
47 feet, our magic machine tells us, this putt. What's the betting? Can we get in the hole?
Or you're the man.
Or you're the man, yes. Well, that's a nice variety.
Right to left.
Yes, yeah, no. 2 putts to win. That was a beautiful putt. So he goes into tied for 3rd place. Julie is a special lady.
Take taking a long while, isn't he? Perhaps just waiting for
Yes, I think they go onto automatic pilot, you know. They're doing Ryder Cup matches. I've seen people have 4 for the hole from here, and everyone's busy lining up putts. The other people don't concede. Most extraordinary. It's because they play so much medal golf, I suppose. Just down the right.
Just down the right. 4 putts for him.
Finish with a 3. This for a 66. But it didn't come. It stayed there. Very fine round. 67, 65 yesterday. And the champion, David Duval.
Quite some performance, Peter.
Yes. And he's done it. Not showing great emotion, but I fancy we might see the possibility of even tear at the ceremony. You never know.
He's been a good player for a long, long while, Duval. Certainly deserves a major championship.
There's a recorder's hut where the players go in and check the scorecards. Keep out.
What a memorable final day this has been to the 130th Open Championship. So many players in contention at the start of the day. Just 1 shot covering the top 13, 3 shots covering the top 24 players. But in the end, thoughts of a possible playoff evaporated. David Duval coming to the top to win by 3 shots, 10 under par after closing rounds of 65 and today 67. And Duval, you have to say, was really irresistible over the last 36 holes of the championship. His name now being engraved on the band of honour around the Claret Jug, following those of Bobby Jones, Bobby Locke, Peter Thompson, Bob Charles, Tony Jacklin, Gary Player, Seve Ballesteros and Tom Lehman, who've won the Open Championship. And what about young Nicholas Fast? He didn't know how difficult it is to win this championship. In his first Open, he's finished in 2nd place. 29-year-old Swede who was winning the qualifying school back in 1996. And then half a dozen players tied for 3rd. Sergio Garcia, well, his day will come again. He finished with a final round of 70, 5 under par. Colin Montgomery, oh, disappointment really, led after the first 2 rounds, but then was out of sorts. Rounds of 73 and 72 over the final 36 holes, and indifferent with the putter. Retief Goosen, the US Open champion, Scottish Open champion, had another good tournament, finishing at 4 under. Lauren Roberts, he birdied the last 2 holes today, 17 and 18. There's a few who would like to have equalled that. Davis Love, the 3rd, made good progress earlier today. And the highest placed amateur, David Dixon from Brandywater, will get the silver medal for the highest placed amateur, as Tiger Woods did when the tournament was last played here at Lytham in 1996. Lee Westwood, top of the European Order of Merit. Last year didn't really work for him here at Lytham. And for so long, you know, the top of the leaderboard in this championship looked like a European Tour event, but in the end, it was the irresistible form of David Duval which brought him to the top as the winner. Sandy Lyle finishing 17 over par with a disappointing final round today of 81. But there it is, David Duval, the winner by 3 shots. And what a good finish for Jimenez of Spain as well. That's his best open finish, tied 3rd. Player who's playing on the European Tour this year and has missed 8 of 12, missed the cut in 8 of the 12 events that he's played. But isn't that a wonderful scene in front of the gorgeous traditional red brick clubhouse? Gorgeous red imperial bricks they are. You can't get them now. Hard as nails. Hello, souvenir hunters around. Get it in from there. And you know, you have to say that for the 2nd Open Championship in succession, the weather has not really been a serious factor. We've had a little bit of a breeze. It blew in off the sea earlier today, but in truth was only a breath of what it might have been, and very similar to the sort of weather we enjoyed at St Andrews a year ago. Although Europeans topped the leaderboard for so long, it's the Stars and Stripes which have emerged triumphant. David Duval, best previous performance in the Open was tied 10th at Birkdale in 1998. And let's not forget that he was lying 2nd towards the end of the final round at St Andrews before he had all that trouble in the road bunker at the 17th. And his round of 65 in the 3rd round here this year, equaling the best of the championship. Presentation ceremony takes place, there will quite rightly be a pat on the back for the head greenkeeper here, Paul Smith, and his team, who've set up the course absolutely beautifully. It's been a tremendous test of golf. The fairways have been in excellent condition. The rough's been deep, but it's been fair. It's nice to see so many of this big crowd staying on for the presentation ceremony, which will, when it starts, be led by Mr. Hugh Campbell, chairman of the R&A Championship Committee. He'll then be followed by Peter Dawson, the R&A secretary, who will announce the winners. And the honour of presenting the prizes goes to Mr. Alan Halsell, who's captain of the Royal Lytham and St Anne's Golf Club. And after that, there'll be a small private champagne reception, at which photographs and autographs are strongly discouraged. Well, these famous links have not only staged 10 Open Championships, they've also been the venue for 2 Ryder Cups back in 1961 and 1977. United States victorious on both of those occasions by 14.5 to 9.5 in 1961 and by 12.5 to 7.5 in 1977. And for so long, it looked as though there would be a European champion. But in the end, it wasn't to be. The winner's cheque, £600,000. And there's the old Claret Jug. And it's a case of what might have been for so many players, among them Ian Woosnam, who fell foul of the rules, having played that first hole in a birdie 2, only to discover that he was carrying 1 club too many. But Woosnam's finish of tied 3rd, equaling his best performance in the championship, which he did previously at Turnberry back in 1986. And that's Julie, who's the special lady in the life of David Duval. You know that all these people who've been here today watching the action firsthand, and the millions watching on television, there won't be many who aren't itching to get out themselves now and to play. The par at Royal Leatherman St Anne's, 71, which is unusual for an Open Championship venue. Just under 7,000 yards, 6,905. ...196 bunkers. More than 20 of them on the 17th hole. There's the margin of the victory. A marvellous final round by David Duval of 67 to win the championship by 3 shots.
Duval Open champion. How good does that feel?
So good, I'm having a hard time getting comfortable sitting. You know, it's a great thing, especially after last year. I worked my way in the final group last year, and probably shouldn't have been playing, Dougie. I was so injured, and I just couldn't do it. You know, I gave it a try, and I couldn't stay with it. And soon thereafter, I was actually out for about 10 or 12 weeks.
So the memories of the road hole bunker are finally gone forever.
You know what? It's funny. A lot has been said of that, and the golf tournament was over before I got in there and had all that happen. All that did was cost me some money and spots on the field. I mean, in essence, you know, I finished second. I was the only other player who had a chance to win the golf tournament. You know, but it just... You know, I was at a point where I had to try to get it, you know, knock it in and pray for a miracle on the last. And, you know, it's a tough place, and it's just not a spot to be.
Yeah. Let's talk about this year,
yes,
and this weekend particularly. How pleased are you with the way you played under this kind of pressure?
I'm very, very pleased, actually. I didn't quite, I don't feel like I swung the golf club particularly well the first couple of days. And as I said earlier in the week, my putting saved me. And then I actually didn't hit balls after the 36 holes. But I knew what I needed to do, and I made a few minor adjustments and just hit the ball better. You know, I mean, I told myself, and I knew it, I had to hit the golf ball better over the weekend if I wanted to have a chance. I mean, there was just no way around it. You can't play from where I was playing and get away with it for 4 days. And
you certainly did that. You almost didn't make it to 18. What about that atmosphere, being caught up in the crowd and then eventually coming out to the welcome?
Yeah, it's an unbelievable scene. You know, thankfully they did a great job. I was surrounded with the police officers and RNA folks, and still getting banged around, but it's well worth it.
I remember asking you before whether there was a party animal behind the shades, and you told me then that there wasn't, but there might be tonight.
Yeah, I don't know. I look forward to it. You know, it's kind of a big relief. You know, I just played so good and so pressure packed in the major championships, and then you put it on a golf course like this where just any minor mistake is magnified, and that makes the pressure that much greater. And so you just can't let up, and I didn't let up today. I kept plugging along, hit some good shots when I needed to, and play smart. And again, the last 5-6 holes relied on my putting.
Yeah, we're delighted for you, David. Many congratulations. Open champion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, and nice to see a smiley David Duval. Great scenes as we look from our high camera down, the table set out and the officials coming down to take their positions at the table. A shy lady, there they come. David Hill, Championship Secretary from the Royal and Ancient. Lytton Goodwin, the Secretary of this fine club. David Pepper, Deputy Chairman of the R&A Championship Committee. Alan Holsall, the captain of the club here. Hugh Campbell, Chairman of the Championship Committee. John Uzielli, Graham Cochrane, Paul Smith, the head greenkeeper, and Peter Dawson, who will make the announcements on the left-hand side, and it's over to Peter Dawson now. We're being
Captain of the Royal Ancient Golf Club.
This is the champion.
Captain of the Royal Leatherman St Anne's Golf Club. Ladies and gentlemen, It's my pleasure to welcome you to the presentation ceremony for the 130th Open Championship. Of the many elements involved in the staging of the Open, one of the most important is the quality of the golf course. And on behalf of the Championship Committee of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club, I would like to thank Royal Lytham and St Anne's Golf Club for making their Fine Links course available to us this week. Royal Lytham has the reputation of being one of the most demanding courses on our rota. This week has certainly confirmed that reputation. The course was presented in wonderful condition, and we are grateful to Paul Smith and his team for their outstanding achievement. Our thanks are also due to the thousands of volunteers, both here and at the regional and final qualifying venues, who act as marshals, scorers, recorders and the like, and who contribute so much to the organisation of our championship, and to the rules officials who have come from all around the world and add so much to the status of the event. And finally, to our professional staff under the leadership of Peter Dawson and David Hill. The most important part of any championship is the quality of the players in the field. A record total of over 2,200 players from all over the world entered this year, and a very strong international field started on the first day. We have witnessed some wonderful golf this week, a hole-in-one, 2 albatrosses, many eagles, and over 1,000 birdies. We've had a top-class leaderboard contesting an exciting final day with 13 players within 1 shot of the lead. And in David Duval, one of the top players in the world, closing with a near faultless final round of 67 to win his first Open Championship. Congratulations, David, on a great display of controlled attacking golf. And thank you for choosing our Open to win your first major championship. Congratulations also to David Dixon, who won the silver medal for the leading amateur with a fine score of 285. My final thanks are to you, the spectators. You provide the backcloth and support against which these great players perform. They appreciate it, and so does the RNA. Your excellent and sporting behaviour helps us to keep our championship open to players and public alike, and you set a standard admired throughout the world of golf. I will now ask Peter Dawson, the Secretary of the RNA, to announce the prize winners, and Alan Halsall, Captain of the host club, to present the prizes.
The leading amateur and the winner of the silver medal is David Dixon. Runner-up and winner of the silver salver is Nicholas Fast. with a score of 274, the winner of the gold medal and the champion golfer of the year is David Duval.
What do you want to hear? Many thanks to the RNA, Mr. Campbell, Mr. Dawson. I've played in this championship now for, I believe, 7 years and have had a wonderful experience every time. Last year I had a chance to win the golf tournament starting the final day. Probably shouldn't have played because of my back injury. But I did, and things didn't work out so good on 17 especially. You know, then I came here. You know, I want to tell a quick story, really, actually. You know, my first trip over here to Great Britain, I played in the Scottish Open in '95, the week before the St. Andrews event. And I hit a shot on the 12th hole out of the gorse. Nothing spectacular, you know, I was 170 yards maybe, and I got it out and actually just threw the green maybe 40 feet from the hole. And somebody said, "Well played, what a wonderful golf shot." And that's just, you know, back home, I'm not so sure that it was as what might have been as appreciated. And that just made me feel really good about the golf fans in this country. And I just felt like it just seems like it's a national sport more so. My second Open experience was here at Lytham in '96 when Tom Lehman won, and I felt like I played pretty well, finished about 15th, but walked away thinking, you know what a wonderful golf course, God, and I've played about, I guess, 6 different ones now for the event, and I just felt like this one's set up for me, just right, and I did, I honestly did, and. You know, I didn't play well the first couple days. Something that has not happened for quite some time is that I putted well, and that's the only reason I even made the cut. The last couple days, I hit it very well and continued to putt well, and look what happens. I'm a little bit lost other than that. I can't thank the grounds crew enough. The course was wonderful. The greens were spectacular. The bunkers were too penal, tough. But I learned my lesson quickly on the 10th hole when I tried to play out of it and move it forward and didn't just blast out. But I feel really good about this, and I thank you all for being so wonderful and such great fans today, and I will do my best to represent this championship in a great fashion. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the presentation ceremony.
So David Duval now goes towards the myriad of cameramen who will take his picture, all the pictures you'll see tomorrow in newspapers, magazines around the world. A worthy champion. It looks as if we might have a home winner for quite some time this afternoon, but it wasn't to be. But they will live to fight another day, as I'm sure David Duval will. We from the BBC thank you all for watching. I hope you've enjoyed it. We'll be with you in a couple of weeks' time from Sunningdale for the Women's Open, the Weetabix Women's Open Championship, where most, if not all, the great women players in the world will be there at the delightful Sunningdale Club. It's been a privilege for us to be here watching this man play, and so many other people who have added to this great golfing tapestry. I hope you've enjoyed it.